items on the agenda. Oops, this is not the agenda either. All right, so
Is this the delay for night, bud?
Hi Manu, please stay muted until public comment is acknowledged, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Thank you.
thank you. Okay, so we'll call the meeting of the CPDC to order. Our first item of business at 7:30 is a special permit / sign permit for 46 Woburn Street. Do we have a proponent here to present?
We do, we have,
That would be myself. My name's Ed Batson with Batson Brothers Signs, and I'm here for Wood End Dentistry. We're proposing for two signs on the property for the new business that's opening up. Thank you, Andrew. I was a little worried to do this the last time I shared my screen. My computer crashed, but. So what we're proposing is a non-illuminated 12-inch by 112-inch wall sign. It's going to be built from white aluminum background with a green molding and raised acrylic letters. Let's see, I know this falls right under 10 square feet. That's an interior reception sign.
sorry.
And then, so we're also proposing, a double-sided freestanding sign constructed of much the same materials, aluminum background, aluminum posts. It's going to be vinyl lettering for cost-saving purposes. Let's see, I realize that the image shown is not 20 feet setback from the edge. Andrew informed me of that, and if approved, we will definitely step the sign back further from the curb. So.
Okay, that was actually one of my questions, is there room to set it back 20 feet from the curb?
Yes, ground sign location. So it's a pretty large yard, easily more than 40 feet of space that we can work around with while still complying with the setback requirements and having the sign be visible from, I believe that's Linden Street and Woburn Street.
Okay. Is that everything then?
Yeah, it's just the two exterior signs.
All right, any questions or comments from members?
I just have a question. What is the reasoning behind locating the sign like really close to Linden Street instead of closer to what I believe is like the business entrance?
Which sign? The wall sign or the ground sign?
The ground sign, yeah.
The ground sign? Let's see. Well, to be honest, we didn't think too much about placement. I put my tape measure down for scale to show what 5 feet looks like in the drawing. And again, I just kind of thought that was the best spot at the time before realizing what the setback requirements are. Chances are we'll flag out a couple of different spots to play around with before actually putting the sign in the ground.
Yeah, I was thinking just a suggestion, but it might be more appropriate closer to the entrance of the business rather than the side street.
Okay. Yeah, we can, I've been, oh, thanks, Andrew. That's perfect. So more to the left, you're suggesting?
Yes.
Yeah. We can do that, yeah.
That's all that I had.
Okay, anything, Pam?
It's a great design for the use of the logo, very clever.
Yeah.
And I think it looks nice and clean and appropriate for the location.
Okay, any comments from the public?
Hi there.
Right.
The sign looks nice and people could read it while driving the car around. And it's nice to keep your teeth nice and shiny and clean.
Thank you, Madam.
Okay, thank you. All right, should we go to there was a decision here, I think, because it was a special permit, am I?
Yes,
Correct in that?
although we're realizing,
We actually need four if you're gonna pass.
That's what I,
Oh, so we don't have a quorum,
so you can,
You can do the wall sign.
okay. Did you hear that, Ed?
So I heard there isn't a quorum for the special permit, which means next month. Is that
It
correct?
means we could do the wall sign, but not the special permit for the
Okay,
ground sign, I believe.
okay. I mean, but we can just come back the next meeting for the ground sign, correct?
I believe so.
yes, and
Yes,
if,
yeah, okay.
if
Yeah,
our
no, that's
fourth
fine.
member
Yeah,
can
that's
make
great.
it tonight, we could likely take it up tonight
Yeah,
as
if
well.
we have our fourth member on the way, then we could take up the vote later this evening.
Okay, all right. I mean, yeah, as long as we can, get some sort of advertising up there for him, that would be great. So, if we can just do the wall sign this evening, and if you get a quorum later on and can vote on the special permit for the ground sign, that would be great too.
Okay.
Yep.
So why don't we move ahead with the certificate of appropriateness?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the certificate of appropriateness for the wall sign at 46 Woburn Street.
second.
Okay, all in favor? Unanimous? And so the certificate of appropriateness for the wall sign is approved.
All right, awesome. Thank you. And then, so I'll just wait to hear from you, Andrew.
Yep, I'll get you that tomorrow and update you on where the special permit ended tonight.
Sure.
So that's
All right, great, appreciate it. All right,
Great.
thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Ed.
Have a good evening.
Okay,
So what do we do, just like keep the hearing, the special permit open and just wait and see if John comes later?
yeah, I guess so, and I realized that, with the special permit, were we supposed to read any announcement or anything like that?
You were, before you vote, you should read the legal
Yeah,
notice.
so we'll do that when that time,
Yeah.
if and when that time comes, we can do that.
Yeah, so let's just keep that open.
Okay.
And now we are 3 minutes ahead of schedule. Do we think it's okay, and Ryan is here, do we think it's okay to proceed with the discussion of the Auburn Street Pocket Park, even though it's 3 minutes ahead of schedule? Oh wait,
No.
Nope. If I could ask you to sign in the corner, please, if you don't mind. Thank you very much. I think it's not a public hearing, so I think it's okay.
Oh, he is coming, but he's just a little late.
oh good, okay,
Yes.
well, we'll pick that up, we'll oh, Ed's gone, but we'll go back to then the special permit for the sign permit. Okay, well, let's go ahead. Then we're only 2 minutes ahead, and I can see there's some folks here who are probably interested in that. Let's go ahead and maybe turn it to Ryan, I think, for the Auburn Street Pocket Park update.
Good evening, can everyone hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
and just
Excellent, thank you. I think what I'm gonna end up doing here, just for the sake of discussion, is sort of bring up the already pre-approved plan from Cpdc for the site, just so we can talk about the area that is in discussion.
Okay.
Let me just share my screen here. I do see some of my favorite residents in the participants here, so that's good. So as you know, we committed to a public process as part of the decision for the right-hand side of the tank site. And I'm starting off with this image here only to show that we did agree to the fence being shifted over there. So I wanted everyone to sort of remember that, that fence is being shifted over as much as we can. But I'm gonna go to the plan just above that because it's less on there and it's probably easier to see. So I just wanted to start off with that. And so no one's confused with this old fence line that's being moved over in this area.
Okay.
So part of the decision was that we start this open process to sort of think about what we may want to see out in this open area. I know we committed to, if nothing happens by the end of the project, we're certainly going to lumen seed it and have it a nice blank slate. But we've been trying to get this together, and we've had some busy agendas with the Cpdc and just busy in general, and construction's been moving a little slow up there, specifically with the rock removal. I'm sure everyone notices that. But we wanted to start this process. Not really sure how this process is going to look. We were just talking internally with some staff, but certainly welcome to any suggestion on how we want to move forward with any sort of public comment or suggestions on what the residents may or may not want to see in that area. I have a general idea from the last discussions that they were looking for just a nice open area, maybe some tree plantings. I don't know if that extends into something a little further than that, a pathway or benches or things like that. So we're open to any of those suggestions. Julie, I don't know, did I miss anything at all? I don't know where we want to sort of take this. I think this is like the first meeting that we're going to have as part of this process. So it's not the last meeting, I believe.
Yeah, so I don't think you missed anything, Ryan. I think the goal of this meeting is to just hear like what the residents in that area of town are interested in seeing there. And then we can kind of compile the feedback that we hear and put together some options for how we might want to proceed.
Okay, so yeah, you're not coming to us with a proposal right now, other than seed and loan, but just some open discussion to get ideas.
Right, exactly, and that was one of the conditions. That's what we committed to when we were in the process of getting the approval for this site, was that we'd open it back up and have that discussion, because we were looking just to get the site permitted in general. And now we're at a point where we have some time to sit back and sort of think about, do we want anything special in this area? Any sort of suggestions, some ideas, things that may or may not need to be approved by any other board or town meeting for that matter. But I think that's what we're looking for, is this just to be a public forum for us to have any ideas.
Okay, well, with that, I would normally take suggestions and thoughts from the Cpdc first, but if you guys would, not guys, but if you would indulge me, I'm thinking since the primary purpose is to get some input from the public, maybe we start with that and then add our suggestions after we hear what members of the public would be interested in terms of that pocket park.
Feels appropriate.
That sound good? Alrighty, so I guess I would ask if there are any members of the community from the neighborhood who have thoughts that they would like to share about what they might like to see in that pocket park. Online, please go ahead and raise your hand. Did we do the,
I didn't, but I can do it now.
yeah, why don't you do
Yeah,
that
sure.
overall?
So for our Zoom audience, if you have a comment you'd like to make, there's a raise hand feature under reactions on your Zoom screen. For anyone in the live audience, if you'd like to make a comment, just raise your hand, we'll see you. And then once the chair acknowledges you, either on Zoom or in person, please unmute yourself or come up to the microphone up here and share your comments with us. We do have 2 hands raised on Zoom right now. We have Mark Delaney and Manu Chopra.
Okay, let's go to Mark Delaney first and then the second one, please.
Okay, thank you. Good evening to the commission. I want to start off by thanking Ryan. He's been great at giving the neighborhood updates and responding to some complaints and questions along the way over the past month. So, we appreciate he's been very available to us. I think it may be premature, but once we have a definitive place of where the fence is, the other issue that was raised early on in the process is about, can we move these telephone poles and these wires? Talk to Ryan about that. I think we're still somewhere early in the process, but, we've had that conversation. Other than that, I agree with what he said. We'd like to have nice space here, some tree plantings, some grass. Some other neighbors may feel differently, but for what it's worth, that's my 2 cents. And we look forward to working with the town to, mitigate the impact of this project on this neighborhood and have some nice space, that we can enjoy up here when the project's complete, whenever that may be. So, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
And then you have Manu Chopra as well.
And I didn't catch the second.
Sorry, let me just see if my hand is still raised. Yeah, so Manu Chopra.
Oh, Mani Chopra. Okay, great. Yes. Manu, why don't you unmute yourself and tell us what you'd like to share?
I think in the park, I would like to see like more benches where people can sit down, and I would like to see maybe like a nice playground if a lot of kids can have fun. And I would like to see like a water fountain where they have a nice exhibit of a water fountain. And I would like to see people like night riding bikes and maybe have a lot of people walking the dog around.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Let's see if I have any other. There aren't any other hands raised.
All right, anybody from the room? And I'm sorry, I'm going to ask you to come up so that the folks on the Zoom can see you, and there's that orange tape. And if you wouldn't mind telling us your name? Yeah.
Jason Romanti, I live on 45 Arm Street.
Yeah.
Honestly, some of the things that he was just saying too, like maybe benches, nothing crazy, maybe some kind of little play structure. There's a ton of kids in the neighborhood, my grandkids. Yeah, nothing crazy, just something, a little redemption for everything we've been dealing with.
And it's, what I'm kind of hearing is, because as a space, there's some big choices is it just kind of plantings and trees? But what I'm hearing from the last two commenters is definitely a place that's usable and inviting to
Yeah.
actually be on the
Yeah,
space as opposed
absolutely.
to just look at the
Yeah.
space.
Exactly.
And there are a lot of dogs in the neighborhood too, and they
There
get
are
walked that
quite a few
way?
dogs in the neighborhood, there's a lot of kids,
Okay.
a lot of kids. So, something like that would be nice.
Super.
I think, I'm surprised there aren't more, unless they're just either not aware it's not a good time, and I'm sure they know there's more meetings. But, yeah, I think, people would enjoy having someplace for their kids to go.
Super.
It's a busy time of year and a Monday night, so.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah, believe me, I get it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, come on up.
Hi,
Hi.
I'm Mike Lacey,
Hi, Mike.
9 Beacon Street. Is Ryan on here?
Ryan is still on here, I'm sure.
I'm here, Mike.
What's up, buddy? How you doing, huh?
I'm sure I'm a little bit better than you are lately, but I'm doing well, thank you.
Yeah, it's all good, man. All good. So, like Mark Delaney said, the telephone poles, I don't want to keep piggybacking it, but maybe a couple community gardens for the kids, plant some seeds, grow some vegetables, stuff like that. That's all a good thing.
That's a
Right?
great idea.
His second good idea, right? Horseshoe pits. Yep, Heather Klish is smiling. Gets better. Third great idea. A bocce court. Right?
That does require sand.
What do you mean? How much? Ryan's an engineer. He can figure it out. Ryan, can you figure out a bocce court?
I can figure out a bocce court. Just keep in mind we got some grading issues out there, but
All right.
yeah.
So, wait.
How about shuffleboard?
Shuffleboard.
Cause that's not,
No, that's what we're here. So, horseshoe pits, community gardens, shuffleboard, and what's the third one?
bocce.
Bocce court.
That's a great idea.
And trees,
Trees.
orange and red trees.
You mean the leaves?
Yes. We good?
Thank you.
That's gonna be noted, right?
Trees that provide nice foliage
Yeah.
in the
Foliage.
fall.
Yeah, you go over there, chill out.
Little red maple.
Yes. Yes.
There's a vision coming together here. Hi, John. We are talking about vision and community ideas for the pocket park at the water tower
Yeah,
property
playing
on Oak Street.
horseshoes.
I was like horseshoes.
You have a hand raised on Zoom, Pamela Goodale.
Okay, Pamela, why don't you share your ideas with us?
Well, I actually have no ideas. I'm Pam Goodale. I live on the corner of Parkview and Weston, on 52 Weston Road. I actually had a question about the fence. I may have missed that part. I came in, I think the discussion had begun. But I was curious what anyone had in mind for the fence going around it. I believe it's always been sort of a chain link, kind of industrial looking fence. And to me, that would be part of it. It certainly would be nice to have the inside be pretty, but it would be nice to have the, and I'm sure there are security concerns as well, but I was just curious about what that might look like.
Ryan, would you like to respond to that?
I certainly can. We had quite a bit of discussion about the fence during our last few meetings. Unfortunately, the fence, because it is a water facility, has to be a chain link, so we're able to see through security-wise. That being said, the fence that is moved will be matched to the black chain link fence that's out there. So we'll try to make it as nice as we can. We can't slat it. We can't certainly put up a vinyl fence or things like that. We need to be able to see into the facility. It's a regulation, not only from us, but from DEP.
Okay, so would the fence be, I mean, as far as the open area goes, I mean, right now, what I think I'm looking at is that the fence goes around the entire area, but would there be an internal fence blocking off the water tower and the cell building from what you're considering the park area?
Yes.
So the fence itself, this is the fence line here that you can see.
Oh, okay, all right, yeah, I didn't get that.
And then I can highlight it if you'd like, but to the left of that is the whole fence enclosure, if you just follow that line around. What we're looking at really is this area in here.
Right.
So there's a lot on this plan. It's not this plan, this was just a site plan just for the discussions of an open space, we would have it nice and clean, so we'd have an area to look at. But we're going off of the site plan as it relates to the tank. And so I just wanted to make sure everyone was aware of that fence line. We've already agreed to move that fence line over. So we're to this area right here.
Yes, yeah, okay.
And then that segregates the tank facility, so to speak, and the cell carrier buildings versus the open space area, which when we're done, this will just be open.
So there will be no fence around that part of it?
There will be no fence around this portion.
Okay.
Right now. It'll be just basically open so the neighborhood can just walk in from any direction.
Okay, oh good. I think you were maybe talking about that when I joined, so sorry if I'm making you.
We can certainly think about putting a fence there, but
No, I think it's nice to have it more open, definitely. Thank you.
And just to comment on the poles, we're trying our best to have those moved. If they were town owned, we'd be able to move them right away. But it's an electric service that goes and a fiber service that goes to the cell building, so we have to coordinate with them to get that moved. So we're working on that.
where on the plan are the telephone poles that were mentioned?
Let's see if I can get a different color here. Let's go with green. Right here.
Oh, I see.
That's not bad for no coffee though. That's a pretty straight line.
Yeah.
So that's the poles, and it bisects sort of the open space feeling. So it is a valid comment. And what we're trying to do is maybe either come in from this pole here, and come straight in if we can, or underground. Again, these are services, so we don't own them. So it'd have to be initiated, and I'd have to get approval from the cell buildings. But we're getting to a point where we have a little bit more control of that with the leases that are coming up in the agreement. So we might be able to leverage those a little bit.
John, what we did is we took, this is basically an open discussion on what people want to see at the Pocket Park, and so we took comments from the neighborhood before we offered ours. Are there any other suggestions or comments from the neighborhood?
I don't see any more hands raised at this time.
So what I'm hearing is a preference for a pretty active place that also has nice plantings that change with the colors of the season so it can be enjoyed all year long. Other thoughts from the commission?
I think you characterized it well, Heather. It seems like there is appetite for a more programmed space as opposed to just natural planting.
Yeah, I came to this thinking, well, it'd be nice to at least have a kind of like a winding path that makes it inviting to kind of come and sit there, but we heard horseshoe pits, bocce, community gardens, benches, you know, possible playgrounds, something.
Horseshoe pits.
Yeah, I said that.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, something that can be, I'm hearing kind of like a neighborhood gathering spot also.
Yeah.
Brian, is that helpful? Do you have any reactions or thoughts that you wanted to share back, and maybe you could
I'm
share?
just taking it all in.
Okay.
So, you know, just I want everyone to kind of sort of keep in mind, we can certainly, we're gonna take all this feedback in, we'll put it down in a list, and we can go and revisit it and come up with some options. Tree plantings in general, those are easy. We have a great person internally that can come up with any of those suggestions that you have, things that change different colors and whatever. Just some suggestions if you're looking at like community garden type space, but then we really have to sort of take a step back and think about where the plantings go as well. Because we don't want to, if we're going to invite a planting area, we want to make sure we have enough sun so that there's a full growing cycle there. And then the bocce and the horseshoe pits, those can be squeezed in, I'm sure, somewhere. And again, we're going to want to have those on a flatter area, so there's less fill or grading we have to do. We'll take those into comment consideration.
Great. What are you seeing, Ryan, as next steps then?
Well, we'll go back to the drawing board. I'll reach out to I think the first step is probably, I think everyone can sort of agreed upon at least some trees and some plantings. So I think maybe we'll develop some sort of planting list of some sort from the tree warden on maybe what type of species might look good around here. We can put that together. We can maybe look at this space to see if there is an opportunity to get maybe a pathway in there, and then maybe identify a couple areas that might be suitable for some, you know, passive recreation, whether it be horseshoe pits or something.
Okay.
So we can sort of identify those little areas, and I can work with some staff to sort of look at that, and then maybe we can sort of meet again and take a look at it. We're coming into the winter months, so we have plenty of time to sort of discuss this.
Okay, that's great.
So is there a sense from anyone that there needs to be some buffer plantings? Like, right, I'm thinking about landscaping, right? If it's, you know, if it's an active space, right, that you tend to think of that as being just more lawn, open. but I just wondering whether there's some need or desire. And I'll say, I think this space, I think could probably be a little bit more inviting than, just a flat grassy space, although that's great for active use. It ends up about being sort of dull, right? And so in terms of, as you were mentioning, Ryan, about plantings, is there anything else that those plantings need to do besides make the space a little bit warmer and
So are you thinking like buffer from the street, or I'm thinking also kind of buffer from the fence, even though you have to be able to see through the fence?
Yeah. I mean, there's no, I guess in my sense, sometimes with parks, you feel a need to have some shrubs or shrubbery along the edge to cut it off from, a faster moving street. That's not really the case here, right? I mean, like you don't feel that need if you're on the edge of Auburn Street, like it's cars shouldn't be whipping around there, although I'm sure they do sometimes, but right, so like or is I forget the name of the folks that are to the it's not north, but to the top of the page there, whether they're so close that it would make sense to put some, arborvitae or something there. Just trying to get a little more sense for you, Ryan, about sort of what direction you're headed, where you should head.
This is why we're here.
Yeah.
I think you make some great points. Maybe we can have shade trees along the edge, have the inside a little bit more open, so you're getting that sense of a buffer.
Yeah.
You might want to keep in mind too that we will want to have some mature trees to that left-hand side, just to sort of take the edge or sort of, I guess, in your face look of the tank. So sort of try to soften that up as much as we can with some higher foliage, as opposed to some, emerald giants or whatever we're talking about around the perimeter.
Yeah.
We will be putting those on the internal of the site where we can, and doing some plantings to replace some of the trees that we have taken down. But those are some things that we're going to want to think about as we start to think about where we're going to plant some of these trees, how much space we want to open. And I agree with you, John. When you're thinking about an active space, you're generally talking about an open, grass area. So if we're looking more for a usable grove type space, we can plant fewer trees, but at least have them so they're dispersed, appropriately in the space.
You have another hand raised on Zoom.
Okay, who has their hand raised on Zoom?
It's just named iPhone, if they could introduce
Okay, Mr. or Ms. iPhone, would you like to share your name and share your comments?
Hi, my name's Ryan Montanello. I'm at 10 Beacon Street, so right at the corner. Couple comments. I do like the idea of the park. I like basically everything about it. I like a couple of Mike's ideas. Anything that involves jackhammering or grading, I'm out. If that can end, that would be fantastic.
You've had enough of that.
Yeah, amen to that. I will say also a consideration where the park were to be open grass space or even a playground for kids. A consideration would be the fact that it's a high school cut through, late to high school. You got some 17-year-olds taking the turn from Locust onto Auburn on two wheels some mornings, and open with no fence, kids playing, and someone's late for high school. So a thought that crossed my mind was either a yield sign or a full stop sign right at the corner of Locust Street as you crest the hill to take the turn onto Auburn. I don't know if that's feasible, but something to slow the traffic if it were to become a park with no fence. Naturally, you have kids. Most of the parks that have like jungle gyms and things that would attract toddlers or even slightly older would be fenced. I don't think fencing the entire park would be the most aesthetically pleasing. I think it should be open But if it were to be made for kids, then you'd have to probably do something effective with the traffic to at least slow it at that turn, particularly after and before high school.
Yeah. And it seems like, I'm just thinking, just like, I wanna go back up there, and I walked by there a long time ago, but there's a lot that we might be trying to fit onto the space, and so it might be some picking and choosing. And if there's a play structure, for instance, the placement of the play structure so that it's not an annoyance to the neighbors and not right on the street, or even any sort of active space, it seems like the placement is really important. And I am thinking about that in combination. I personally would love to see, any plantings not just be around the perimeter, but something that creates variability on the space so that it kind of just adds to the aesthetic, but there'll be some picking and choosing probably in the space there. That's my own.
I just have something else. I know one of my neighbors.
Come on up so that people on the screen can
It's
hear
just
you.
one of my neighbors was asking about, she said, I guess they can't see my question.
Oh.
I'm not sure she's on Zoom. But what she's saying is, she doesn't want anything else up there that may create more car traffic, like he was just saying, or like a hangout for teenagers or anything like that.
Okay.
I will say the hangout for teenagers is a tricky one, right? Because, anything that's attractive to anyone in town could end up being, something, but.
I know of top lots that are hangouts for teenagers, not because they're built to their their age, but just because they're there.
But more just the car traffic
Yeah.
and, like.
No, that was right. Yeah, right.
Okay, any other thoughts? It's great, I think this is really fun, and the ideas are really good, and the points about no more jackhammering to build a park are duly noted.
Is the jackhammer done?
No, I talked to the guy on Friday.
No?
No, it's absolutely not. In fact, when I asked him.
That's like right up there with knocking on trash collecting.
Oh, it's right, it's actually, it's
probably-
kind of, I
it's
mean, I
probably
work from home, it is a
yeah.
million times.
I saw
worse.
that. Who knows?
Okay, I'm gonna bring it back here, to like one at a time conversation.
Trash is bringing the rats.
Okay, so thank you. I think that concludes this part of the discussion, and I look forward to hearing what comes back from
Yeah.
this.
It would be nice to have one of the garden clubs involved for landscape suggestions.
Did you hear that, Ryan?
I did.
Okay, great.
I did, thank you.
I think
We
it's
have
a
some
good idea.
really great connections with the community garden group as well, so I'm sure we can send that off to them, get some suggestions. And if anyone has any comments or questions or wasn't able to show up to this meeting, they can certainly email me or any staff, and we'll try to put those together as well.
Right, so if there are neighbors who weren't able to come but have opinions, strong or not so strong, send a note to Ryan, send a note to the planning department, and we'll get those compiled. All right, thank you.
Good first step.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are really moving along.
So we can go back. We have time to go
So we
back.
have time to go back to the special
We needed you for
sign
the special
permit
It's
for
okay.
46 Woburn Street. This is great.
And we still have our applicant here, so it's all good.
So shall I read the notice of public hearing?
Yes, if you don't mind.
Yes, because we forgot to do that too. All right.
Okay, notice is hereby given that pursuant to sections 4.3, 8.5.6, 8.5.9, and 8.6 of the Town of Reading zoning bylaw, and in accordance with MGL Chapter 40A, Section 9, the Community Planning and Development Commission will hold a public hearing on Monday, October 17th, 2022 at 7:30 p.m. in the Select Board Room at Reading Town Hall through remote and online measures below to consider the application submitted by Wood and Dentistry for a special permit to allow a freestanding sign in the S15 zoning district at a property located at 46 Woburn Street, Assessors Map 21, Lot 37 in Reading, Massachusetts. A copy of the application and accompanying plans are available to the public at Town Hall by appointment and on the town website the Thursday prior to the hearing.
Okay. So what we're voting on is the special permit decision. John, we approved the certificate of appropriateness,
There's a wall sign and a freestanding sign.
on the wall sign.
The wall sign was approved.
And the freestanding sign is, and I think this was in the decision, I thought I saw that it will kind of abide by the 20-foot setback. There was a suggestion for it to be closer to the entrance than to the side street. Anything else any comments on the decision?
None from me.
Are we ready for a motion?
I would like to make a motion to approve the special permit for the freestanding sign at 46 Woburn Street.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Then it passes unanimously. Great. You don't need to come back.
Thanks for sticking around.
Thank you for sticking around. Alrighty, now we're really ahead of the agenda.
We
What's
just
that?
close the hearing.
Yeah, oh yeah. Oh, we were supposed to close the hearing before we voted too.
We don't do special permits very often, so.
Okay, so I guess we need a motion to close the hearing too.
Alright, let me reopen the tab so I can remember the words. Alright, I'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing for the freestanding sign at 46 Woburn Street.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Yes.
Okay, and next on our agenda is a note that the applicant for 25 Haven Street is being continued to November 7th upon the request of the applicant. Do we need to vote on that?
Yeah, and you probably should wait until 8:30
Yeah,
and announce that.
okay.
So you have a little, I didn't think you'd end up with any spare time on this agenda.
I
but-
didn't either.
You do have 2 sets of minutes. If you want to just try to do one of them now or
Okay, we could do that.
just fill 15 minutes.
Let's take 15 minutes to do some minutes. How about we've got ones for March 14th. I did not have a chance to read them.
I didn't print them out either.
Oh, do you need a copy? Do we have a hard copy?
Print one.
Excellent.
I'll go get it. No. You stay in
Which ones are
mind
we
the
looking
shop.
The March 14th.
Does anybody else?
I'll print the other ones too. And I'll grab them. My keys to it.
Great, thank you, Joseph.
I am fairly certain that I was late to that meeting too. And did not vote on that 12 and 16 Sunnyside Avenue. Cause I recall, as I was reading through that, I was like, I do not remember that at all. But I remember walking in during the Style Lounge permit application.
Okay. Okay, it's likely that Tony voted on that. 5-0
yeah.
then.
Okay.
That would make sense, okay. Yeah, I was trying to, it's like
So
5-0, I'm like,
we
how's
wrote that
that?
as we go, so. Back when you had 6, yes, yeah.
Okay, we're waiting, we're doing some minutes while we wait for the 8:30 topic.
silent meditation.
No, we're doing
Maybe a
kind of
little
silent,
bit.
uninterrupted, sustained silent reading here.
Evening of wellness.
The real issue is that the meeting minutes are so good, there's no,
aren't they? I know, right, we
no
don't have
discussion.
comments on it.
Doing good, how have you been?
Good. Ready for the end of summer, but
Yeah,
for the beginning of winter, however.
yeah, that's what I would say. Spring is my favorite performance of those things.
Spring is like it's like rainy and you want it to be warm, but it's not.
Good at these. You must be getting good at these.
You set it all up for me, so.
But I can arrange to have a guy drive with me. Most of the time, I don't need around. So the last thing I did was last week, so I arranged with him to ride with me around the town. So he knows it's just.
Great.
I can't find it now. He was on some until I get here, because they do it, they're on warranty. But, you know, until they can locate it and tell car manufacturer exactly what the problem is, it's not gonna be good. So I've now had this car for like a week. Did I tell you that? No. I've had this car now for a week. I forgot my easy pass. I didn't think I'd have it also on. I see.
6 months, that's really good. 3 pounds.
Yeah, I just got up to 2 pounds.
Ugh.
It's a lot actually. It hurts. Really ridiculous.
PT is always the toughest part of any injury.
Fitting it into my life is so annoying. It's so annoying.
So I didn't get into very much detail. Yeah. But it's basically, he had feel better trip pushing MPC. So a class or something.
It's kind of nice because sometimes we
Came back
Sen.
no, I'm not saying anybody say COVID, I didn't ask. Probably looking at service on Saturday.
Okay, I don't have any, those are very good.
Mhm.
I'm just reading not well.
Punctuation's good and everything.
I'm sure you can find one typo.
Oh, I'll try.
Sure, I'll have to change that.
Right?
Six times a day.
Was it you doing your little physical therapy over there?
It's so annoying.
That's right, you're out of your,
Yes. I'm binge free. But
I know, right? So it's out there now. Still reading?
No, I found I need a space inserted, page 6.
Andrew? Andrew?
Sorry.
Pam has a correction.
All right, good.
Page 6. On the paragraph beginning, Ms. Parr said that the owners of number 10 and number 11, and then the second sentence, there needs to be a space between number 47 and the word and.
All right, thank you.
I find it.
Okay, well, should we just finish this since we started it?
Yeah, sure.
Let's finish this since we're
Are
in
you
it.
guys doing the April minutes?
No,
Oh,
no,
okay.
just the March
Yeah.
ones, yeah.
So Pam, your comment was on the April minutes, just so you know.
Yes,
Okay.
Oh, are you already done with the March ones?
I didn't look at March 1st. Directly to April.
Okay, let's pause on this then. Are you done with the March ones? Yeah. Let's pause on this and we'll pick up on the March minutes before we go home. Maybe or maybe not the April ones. Alrighty, let's resume where we were in the agenda for 8:30, which was a continuance of the public hearing for the 40R plan review of 25 Haven Street.
Do you wanna read that? I just have to read what's on the agenda, right? Or do I
Or
have to
was
read
there
the letter?
A letter requesting this?
So it's important to note that they've requested a continuance to November 7th, and they've also granted an extension of the 120-day time frame
Which is
for
important.
you to make a decision. Yeah, so I would maybe just read that part
Okay.
in the application title.
So read it out before making a motion. Okay, so on behalf of 25 Hayden Street LLC, we respectfully request to continue the hearing scheduled for Monday, October 17th, 2022 to the next available hearing date on November 7th, 2022, and simultaneously agree to extend the 120-day period under section 10.5.11.2.6 to December 1st, 2021.
I have a question. Thank you. When did we first hear about this? What was we've had one meeting on this, and when was that?
It was filed in May. I think you had a hearing in
Open June 13th.
Yeah, and then they've continued ever since.
So they've continued. we haven't had the opportunity to discuss it again. We'll have November 7th, and they've extended the 120-day period to December 1st. We won't have another meeting between November 7th and December 1st. I guess it's kind of a question, right?
Yeah.
Right? So will we be in a position of then needing to make a decision at the November 7th meeting? Out of, kind of based on the fact that they haven't come back?
Have to get the time frame extended at that meeting.
I think we really will.
Yeah, I'll reach back out to them. I somehow didn't realize they put that date in the letter.
Yeah.
So I'll reach back out to them and ask them for a more real date.
Yeah, kind of a more real date that allows some actual deliberation on it.
Right. So we have a time slot at 8:30 on November 7th. This hearing.
Alright. I would like to make a motion to continue the public hearing 40R plan review for 25 Haven Street to November 7th, 2022 at 8:30 p.m.
Second that.
Okay, all in favor? Approved unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay. We keep moving, we keep being ahead of our agenda.
No, you're on pace. You have an
Oh,
8:30.
wait, no, you're right, we have 8:30 now, right. Okay, so I flipped the page. So next up is the minor site plan review for 581 to 591 Main Street. Ms. Gregoris?
And Chris is present, so he can explain. Chris, I can share your plans on screen as well if you don't mind summarizing the work.
Okay, our contractor was supposed to be on the call. Unfortunately, he had his dad is dying over in England. I think I emailed you, Andrew, about it. But they're pretty much removing the old cement concrete from the top and re-bricking it.
So it'll be re-bricked with the yellow brick and just oh, there it is, and just basically a straight plain facade at the top.
That's right. Just as the plan shows.
Any questions or comments from the commission? I'll start. When I looked at this, and believe me, I've been noticing the I guess it's concrete, right? The concrete topping for a while as I've been driving by and noticed that, wow, it's clear that it does need to be repaired or replaced. One of my, I guess it's a question, comment, especially along the face that's along Main Street, is to me, that's a very, very, it's a long distance to have just a very plain piece going across. And I've wondered if you would consider doing something that provides a little bit more variation, because it seems to me like it's kind of a long way, even like a dental pattern at the top or something that provides a little bit of variation along the way, with vertical bricks or something that either breaks it up or creates kind of more of a decorative crown, even in the brickwork, without asking you to recreate what there is now.
Yes, of course, we'd be happy to do that.
Okay, how do we make that specific then?
I would have to speak with the masonry company when he gets back, of course, perhaps exactly what you suggested by horizontally laying the bricks up top. And then that, I guess that won't add to the expense, I'm sure.
Any other thoughts from this group?
That's for me.
Yeah, I just sort of that same thought that, you know, it's certainly both interesting the way that it is, but also in some pretty tough shape. So, you know, it's obvious to me at least that you need to do something. The proposal is a lot of blank space, and something that we generally would want to see some it broken up in some way, shape, or form. Unfortunately, our former architect who would have had that was on the board would have had a thought like that on this, and I guess we rely on him too much. But something to break it up so it's not just a big, you know, a wall on top of the building. Just
Understood.
So I guess I'm wondering, like, what, to be very specific, I suggested, something like laying the bricks vertically across, which it looks like is what is done on the building around the corner. I'm actually thinking about something, and I'm not a mason, so I don't know how much this would cost, but I'm actually thinking, what I'm envisioning is what I've seen in some places where it's, all I can think of it is something that's more like dental molding, where you have it's not just a flat surface, but you have, like, you know, the teeth running across. Do you know what I'm saying?
I understand, yes.
Okay. And with that in mind, in that direction, I know that you're under a time frame to get this replaced. I guess I would ask the group, do you feel like this is something where you want to see a revision in the plan, or ask Julie and Andrew to administratively approve that so that it's not such it's like a over 3.5 foot tall flat brick wall? Am I approaching this correctly?
You might get feedback from the audience.
Okay, yeah, great. So those are my,
I was gonna say, we really don't wanna delay the project. I mean, as you said, the building is in need of repair. I mean, it's a trade-off. We wanna make it structurally sound, but at the same time, you know, we don't wanna really delay the project either.
right.
That's the key thing here.
Okay, and there are some comments from the audience. Thank you, Julie, for reminding me of that. Why don't we take comments from the community?
Virginia Adams, a member of the Historical Commission.
Okay, and come right up and stand on that orange tape so that they can see you online.
And if I may, I'd like to give you the inventory sheets so that you can, on page 2, you'll see the significance outlined of this historic building. And do you need one, Julie? So we had quite a few comments about this building. It's very significant in the downtown area and for the town of Reading. And so we're going to be asking for very sympathetic reconstruction, or because nowadays there are a lot of epoxies, there are many types of materials that you can use. We would not be worried about using cement particularly, but you can use other materials and retain these significant architectural items on this building. And Jonathan may have more to say as well.
Okay. Yes, please come up.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Jonathan Barnes. I'm also a member of the Historical Commission. And I have in front of me also the same form that you have. And I guess I would want to, at the outset, apologize. Didn't necessarily don't know the circumstances under which this applicant is proposing these changes. I'm hearing that he feels there is some urgency, and there very well may be from a structural standpoint. We are here simply to communicate to the commission and to the town that this, although this is a site plan minor modification, this is by no means, this is a significant modification to the building, which, as Virginia has pointed out, is a significant historical structure on the town of Reading's inventory of historical and architecturally significant properties. And it is therefore obviously protected as a building from demolition, not necessarily from this alteration. But the point to you, respectfully, is that it is an extremely significant historical structure. And I would just point out the second page, this particular building does have some very interesting and significant historical and cultural importance, but we're here primarily to discuss the architectural significance, and it does have significant architectural significance, particularly this parapet that the applicant is proposing to not just to modify, but apparently to eliminate. And you've raised some interesting architectural features that are problematic to you. It's problematic to us, and I would submit it's problematic to the town to completely eliminate that from its because of its historical perspective. Let me just point out on the top of page 2, and I'm just going to quote from it. This is the document that was generated, I believe, back in 2009 by our consultant when we did the initial inventory, and it represents, bless you, it represents what is important and significant about this structure from a historical and an architectural perspective. And I just want to point this out. It's the first paragraph, and it says as follows. The Grant block, which is what this block of building is one of the most intact and highly decorated single-story commercial blocks in the downtown. The Main Street facade, and that's what we're talking about essentially, that parapet, although there are some other features on the facade, but it's primarily talking about the Main Street facade, incorporates a variety of classical revival cast concrete ornament, including a smooth central panel decorated by a central medallion draped with flowing swags. That's what's at that main entrance, over that main entrance at the corner of Haven and Main Street, as well as closed balustrade panels interrupted by blocks with foliate swags. 4 concrete urns survive, and you've all seen them in the picture, and probably seen them, as you said, out of push driving by. 4 concrete urns survive, 2 at each end of the central panel and 2 at the angled corner entrance at the north end of the building. So literally, the primary significant architectural feature that renders this building so important to place it on our inventory is exactly what this applicant is proposing to eliminate, and that's what's so important to us. I would also want to point out, if I can, the next sentence, which says, there is a dental cornice, also of cast concrete, and concrete paneled pilasters separate the storefronts with egg and dart moldings at the top. That is not part of the parapet, but it is part of the overall design that is incorporated into the parapet design. Interestingly, the second paragraph talks about features with respect to the window treatment, which the original storefront windows, which may have been historic, but they're no longer there, so they're eliminated and replaced by the typical contemporary anodized aluminum frames. Also, the other feature of it, which is the bulkhead on the street level, the next sentence indicates the original bulkheads have been replaced by yellow brick. So that feature is also removed from this historical structure. In the third paragraph, I would also point out, it then talks about several former display windows closest to Main Street have been filled with brick. Another feature of this historical structure, which is no longer remaining. And lastly, the storefronts to the east, the last sentence, which talks about a similar single-story concrete classical revival commercial block was formerly located on the south side of Haven Street, but was torn down in the 1980s. So what I'm suggesting is that this historical building is literally, and that parapet is essentially literally all that's left of what is, as the first sentence calls, one of the most intact and highly decorated single-story commercial blocks in the downtown. And we would submit to you that it is, while it is in fact legitimate support for minor site plan review, this is not minor in our viewpoint, and I would respectfully suggest we are representing the residents of the town who we represent in terms of trying to preserve historical structures. I'd also add, just parenthetically, just as a note of interest, it is also important from its standpoint of its cultural significance. I noted this. One of the owners was a dentist, a woman by the name of Dr. Ethel Grant. And she is I believe, the second owner of this building, who bought it from the first owner, who also was a dentist, but he bought it for real estate purposes. She also didn't occupy. She had a dental office in the building. But what's interesting culturally is she died in 1943 after practicing for 25 years. She left in her will $90,000 to the town of Reading to erect a drinking foundation, a sprinkler fountain for children, or a swimming pool. And that was represented by the swimming pool, which was formerly at the Reading High School. So it does have an interesting cultural connection as well. So for all of those reasons, but primarily because we really think it's important to try to preserve that parapet. And as Virginia pointed out, I'm sure there are alternatives, whether it's either working in cast concrete with the mason or other materials, but it is more important than a mere application for minor site plan would represent. And we would urge you to consider that and work with the applicant to try to respectfully respect that and restore that historical design. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, my name is Penny Flaherty, and I'm one of the owners. And I'm just wondering, is there a preservation fund that we could use since it is, a historical building? There should be something that you should be able to help us fund.
So this is thank you for bringing this up, and thank you also for the comments. I guess I have a question. I'll ask the staff. To my knowledge, Reading probably doesn't have a preservation fund. I think we're not a Community Preservation Act town, I believe, but I don't know what sources there are.
It was rejected years ago.
We are not a CPA town, but, and I don't wanna speak out of turn, we do have a historical preservation fund.
Okay, so did you hear that, Ms. Flaherty, that there is a historical preservation
There
fund?
are strings attached, and it's not my say how it gets spent.
Okay, but it could, something that could be explored.
Okay, and how would I be able to explore that? Will they
Maybe
be?
John and Virginia.
It's also a question of who does the work, because I called
Pardon
20
me,
different
pardon me.
contractors.
I'm sorry, just so I can keep myself straight because we can't see. Okay, thank you. Okay.
I called 20, 30 contractors. Basically, about 3 responded. Majority of them didn't want to do. 2 weren't really qualified. JMS was the only one qualified to do this work. And the problem is nobody does this kind of work. It's difficult to get a contractor. And at the same time, we're under a time pressure. We really need to get this done. It's the building is. We put a workaround, but that's not going to last forever. This has to get done. So it's a question of getting a contractor, getting somebody that actually can do the work. And JMS was the only one really qualified that does this kind of work. And this is their recommendation, to take the weight off the building and make it more structurally sound. It's really trying to do this under pressure.
Thank you for that. May I ask the members of the Historical Commission if you would like, and you'll have to come up here again, but if you'd like to share some thoughts or information about tapping the historical fund, and if you have any reflections on, how hard it is to find somebody qualified to do this type of work, and knowing what we just heard.
I'm sorry, I don't necessarily have any information about any alternative resources. And it is regrettable that the town did not support the Community Preservation Act, because this is one of what would be several opportunities where that money would have been wisely and well spent. So I don't necessarily know that I have any great suggestions. As has been pointed out, there is a preservation trust fund that the Historical Commission does have authority to access. It does not have an enormous amount of money in it. And to my knowledge, it has never been used to support a private investment property. So I don't know whether it'd be possible. There are guidelines, and I assume it would have to be submitted to the Historical Commission for its determination under the guidelines for the Preservation Trust Fund expenditures. I don't have any other great suggestions, so I'm sorry.
And did this, I have a question, and then I wanna see if other commission members have a question, but I have a question, did this, does this request not need to go before the historical commission, so you haven't, it didn't require your, I mean, we're hearing you, but does this also require your review?
That's a great question, and we had some discussion about it. It is our belief that it does not, but we are not certain about that. Under the demolition delay bylaw, it, by its wording, it primarily, which would require a project for a property on the inventory, would require it to come before the Historical Commission, but that would be for full demolition. There are instances where partial demolition has also required an applicant to go before demolition delay. That would be a determination made by the building inspector as to whether or not a demolition application is required for the applicant. And I do not know, we do not know, and we've had some discussion about this, and we've had some preliminary conversation with the building inspector. We are not personally aware whether or not the building commissioner, the building inspector has made a decision about whether or not a demolition application is required for this work. I believe he has not made that, he may have made that determination in the negative, that it doesn't. But at the present time, we're not aware that the determination has been made that it requires a demolition application and therefore does not necessarily have to go before the Historical Commission for a demolition delay hearing. Do you have any further information about that, whether he's made a decision?
I don't. I think you summed it up to my knowledge as well.
Yeah. We've asked to follow up with him about that because there have been instances that have, like for example, the project at Post Office, Postmark, was also not a full demolition. It was a partial demolition in the back at the time. And the building inspector at that time did require that applicant to submit for a demolition application, and there was a demolition delay hearing for that. So it's possible, it's just up to the building inspector at this point.
Again, this is George Liagos. I mean, we really can't delay this. I mean, it's structurally, you need to do something with the weight of the building on the front. You know, we really can't push this off too much longer.
Okay, that was heard. The other members of the commission haven't yet had much of a chance to comment or ask questions, so let me see if there are other comments or questions at this point.
So just to be clear, because it's not until reading into the details, everything. Can you go to actually probably best on the Google Street View? So the way that I see this is that everything there that you see in, what color is that? Gray, down to the top of the awnings will be removed. So
Yellow brick.
yeah. So now if you go down the street some, right? No, the other direction. Right, that building that the building that the market is in, which is completely
Way down.
yeah, sorry.
No worries. Sorry.
Right, there you go. That's what you get.
Well, that even has some of the variation that I was talking about.
Oh, there you go.
Some of the dental, yeah, has the dental styling up top.
I mean, as long as I've been in town, probably not that long, but this always looked like it was about to fall down. So for it to be urgent right now, today, I mean, I'm sure it is, but it probably was 5 years ago and 10 years ago too. I don't know, a rush on something like this because, it wasn't done in the past.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Lakos, pardon me, would you please let Mr. Weston complete his talk and then we'll hear from you again.
So, that point of we need to hurry up on something like this because it needs to be done tomorrow. I don't know, I get it, it probably does need to be done, but it's not it's not overly compelling to make a change, as Mr. Barnes said, to something that's been here for a long time and is pretty significant, so.
Mr. Lakos, it sounded like you wanted to say something.
Actually, it did, one of the bricks did come down, and that's what caused the building inspector to get us to do a workaround, and then also to get a permanent solution, so it is critical. So I wouldn't say critical, but it's under time constraint. So there was an issue last year where one of the bricks did pop out. So we want to eliminate that weight on the building, get it more structurally sound, and get the weight off the building to actually to reduce any, obviously to fix the problem. We have a short-term fix at the moment, but if you look at the side of the side of the wall, it is leaning over. So we have a support there, but it's a short-term fix. The long-term fix is to take the weight off and we build it the way we could obviously put some dental work into it, but that's not that's not going to delay the project. But there is a concern.
Okay, other comments from the commission, and then I'll ask if there are any other comments from Zoom or the room. Okay, any other comments? All right, I'll share my thought here as well. I do hear that it's perhaps becoming more urgent since the brick popped out. I'm myself, I'm not ready to approve it if we don't yet even know if it requires a partial demolition permit. It feels like there are some missing pieces of information. So we could vote, or we could ask the applicant to maybe work between now and, if there's room on the next meeting, with the historical commission to understand the trust fund, to explore other options, and to understand if it needs a partial demolition permit, I think is the thing that we heard about, to understand. I'd like to at least understand if the historical commission needs to approve this rather than getting ahead of them and approving this. And I think I personally would like to see a little bit more exploration of other avenues to if it's not restore the concrete, to keep some of the historic nature of the parapet. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I was, when this first came across our desk, I was under the impression the Historic Commission had approved it.
I was too.
So I think hearing from you all tonight has been very helpful, to understand that there are still some open concerns from the Historical Commission perspective. So I'm glad that we're able to have this discussion, and I would be interested in maybe also continuing so we can have more exploration of what's possible here.
Hi, this is Chris Gregorth. Yes, that's correct. We were under the assumption this was all approved as well. We didn't know that this could get hung up with the historical committee or demolition or any of that. Listen, I certainly understand the town looking to uphold a certain look, which we agree with. So I think we're happy to perhaps have the architect work on exactly what you would, what someone there had originally suggested, where we lay the brick in a different style, just to really, you know, not give it that plain bland look, right? Especially on the four corners here on Main Street. I think we're happy to do that. But again, under our assumption, we believe that, we thought this was already approved, so.
Okay, so I think that's, you've presented an option of, you know, we're having the architect work with basically restyling the brick. I think the other suggestion, strong suggestion that we have is to reconnect with the historical commission on, and maybe the architect wants to reconnect with the historical commission about different products, that can, you know, see how far it can get to stay in the style of the historic nature and historic style of the parapet. And to learn about trust fund resources, just because it hasn't been applied to a private project. What I'm hearing is that there's a public interest in this, and so maybe you can explore that.
Yeah, no, definitely. One of my concerns is, based on what the contractors told us, that that old parapet contains a lot of weight, right? And it's putting a lot of pressure on that building as a whole. So I don't know how structurally secure that is, or redoing that.
Yeah, I think, right, the idea would, I don't think anyone's suggesting to put back a big concrete parapet back on top of there. That's probably a technology that has seen its day. But maybe there's either some attributes that of the existing that could be, you know, worked into the brickwork, or maybe there is something lighter that's sort of similar. But yeah, I don't think anyone's suggesting, you know, that we get that.
What I thought I heard is that there may be some alternate products that, to my untrained ears, sound like they may be a little bit lighter. You know, my ideal would be if you all could get together with the historical commission and see how close you can get to something to agreement, and maybe even come back hopefully on the same page at the next meeting. Would be wonderful.
When is the next meeting scheduled for?
Do we have room on that agenda?
It's getting tight, but yeah,
We say 9:30
so 9:30 on the 7th. Okay.
Did you hear that? 9:30 on the 7th.
November 7th?
Yeah. The rest of the agenda.
Yep.
I'm sorry, was that November 7th?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. It's the building's not being demolished, so the demolition part I'm not concerned about, and I know the building department already signed off on it, engineering signed off, you know, so that we're free and clear there. But I think we're happy to get together with the historical committee. The only thing that, again, our concern is we only have a certain budget for this, of course, right? And we can't go over that specific budget, and that's where we're at with it right now. I just hope it doesn't become number one, I just hope it doesn't become an insurance liability. Number two, I hope it doesn't become something where, you know, we end up spending a whole much more than we originally anticipated.
Understood.
Okay, wonderful. So who should we reach out tomorrow?
We have Mr. Barnes raising his hand right there. Maybe you can comment and provide that information at the same
I
time.
wasn't necessarily suggesting I was the volunteer to reach out. But I do appreciate, I want to thank the applicant for their patience and for their consideration, and to the commission as well. The only thing I did want to say, and I'm sure that I can speak for the historical commission in expressing our appreciation and willingness to want to meet to try to work this out. The only complication that I'm going to suggest is that our next meeting, we meet monthly, and our next meeting is unfortunately for these purposes the Wednesday after your meeting, November 9th. But what I'd like to, I guess the only thing that I can suggest is it is possible for us to try to schedule another meeting at an earlier time to see if we can meet specifically with this applicant for that purpose. And I will try to do that. I would suggest, if I can suggest to the applicant to contact our email address, which is rhc@ci.reading.ma.us.
Get that to you, Chris. Yeah.
It's a mouthful.
What's that?
I can get you the historical contact email.
And then-
Okay.
And I will speak to our chair tomorrow to let her know that we have this idea to try to resolve this issue and see if we can schedule a meeting earlier and see if we can accommodate that.
That would be terrific, it sounds like. Okay, thanks.
Well, all right, with that, I would like to make a motion to continue the minor site plan review for 591 Main Street to November 7th, 2022 at 9:30 p.m.
Second.
All right, all in favor? And that's approved unanimously, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So much for us being ahead of schedule. Next up though is also a minor site plan review for 625 Main Street. GSD Associates, is that you all or are you here for the next item?
I'm Greg Smith from GSD Associates. We're ready.
Okay, wonderful, thank you.
Greg, I can share your plans if you don't mind explaining.
Yes, please, thank you. Can you show the existing? Yeah, thank you. So what we're, I'm sorry, my name is Greg Smith from GSD Associates Architects. I'm representing the owner who actually is online here, Carl Polari. And we were contacted by Carl to take a look. He had originally gone in and tried to make some repairs to this existing balcony structure. And many of you probably have seen it's just enclosed in a bunch of scaffolding right now and repair. And as he was making the repairs, it just became more and more evident of just the level of damage and structural problems with this existing balcony. And to the point where the deck is deteriorated, the steel is rusted to the point where it's no longer structurally sound. And then the columns themselves buried underneath these wooden enclosures are all steel columns, of which have multiple splices and actually are not even vertical anymore. Much of them are all weavy and back and forth. So we went in with a structural engineer and did an evaluation of this and pretty much condemned the whole structure to the point where came up with a suggestion of eliminating the balconies altogether for a number of reasons, which are, you can kind of see on the left side, there's a spiral staircase that comes down that's about 2.5 feet in diameter, so it's very unsafe. And then as far as any kind of reason for that, it ends at the second floor. And if you were trying to use that to escape, you'd then have to jump off of that balcony and probably about 10 feet above the ground and jump down and get off. So it's not even appropriate in the formation of that as far as an exit balcony. And then the structure is just in general, balconies have had a lot of liability issues over the years with, especially in residential apartments, with people falling and children, et cetera. So the idea was to essentially remove the balcony in the entirety, but essentially where there are sliders, come up and put in what would be called a Juliet balcony, which is really just a handrail and a guardrail in front of the windows and doors, and then treating on the sides of that just a little plinth along the building out of trim that would frame around those areas. The existing entrance would be would be retained in there. And that's really the scope of this work that falls under the site plan minor modification permit. And with this would be painting the shutters, adding new shutters where they're missing from the existing, and just try to clean up the facade as well. So that's pretty much the gist of that. And I think I can also add too, this building is had a problem where they had a water damage and had to repair and replace the entire electrical system. So the owner spent an enormous amount of money that was unforeseen and just kind of putting in an entirely new electrical system in the building, as well as putting up the people in hotels during that time where they couldn't occupy their units. So.
Questions and comments from commission members?
So, I guess I'll start. I certainly, well, it's too bad, right? About, first of all, the electrical issues and and then the balconies themselves. You know, right? It's a highly visible building in town, and you know, sort of any changes to that will have a dramatic impact on the look and feel of the entire downtown area. And so I guess to me, so from a you know, need to do something, right? I get that, and sympathetic to that, and the level of investment that has been made recently into this building. But when I look at that rendering right there, that facade that is, especially with the Juliet balconies, it is as flat can be. And I can assure you that we would not approve a building like that anywhere in town today. And so even though there's, you know, right, sort of I get how you got to where you are right now, I'm having a really hard time with such a visible location, with such a you know, a building that will end up having sort of no interest in really change the aesthetic of downtown. So you know, I think that that there needs to be some more, I'm going to say, relief on there. I think that's the right term. You know, whether it's projections out above those Juliet balconies, awnings, probably not the right thing, but that's the cheap, easy thing that I see. But something that breaks up that enormous brick flat space.
Yeah, my sentiment is similar. You know, and I also echo, you know, an appreciation of the reality of the situation, of the structural integrity of those balconies and what might need to be done. My first inkling is there any way that instead of the Juliet balconies, there's some sort of smaller balcony can be added? That I understand that may or may not be possible. It may or may not be very expensive, but I like the idea of just exploring a little bit of how to break up for relief. I appreciate that the trim around the sides might be to break up the monotony of that big wall. I frankly get concerned because we would never approve this as a new building, then who's going to come to us next and say, well, this fits with the landscape of other buildings, and so this is the way that Reading should be. I'd like to see a little bit more work also in thinking about how can that be broken up a little bit. I I also have a question, the material, and it may be irrelevant if we're asking you to come back with something more than the trim, but the trim, the white trim that is, goes around the sliding glass windows, what's that material that you're proposing?
So it's proposed to be like a PVC trim. So it was something that wouldn't decay. That was one of the problems with the other balcony, is the rot that was inherent throughout.
I want to be sure it's not just like shiny white vinyl-y looking PVC,
Yeah.
minimally.
Well, I think we could probably add more depth to that concept, but I think in talking with the owner in the past, he wasn't prepared to rebuild that entire balcony again. But I think as far as dimensional, we can look at getting a little more depth to that, to the trim, and trying to define that a little more in 3 dimensions, so it doesn't look so flat.
My thoughts are that I think the existing balcony structure is a little bit obtrusive. So, I mean, to me, it's not as impactful to see that going away. I think the bigger impact is on, the potential residents who are losing that outdoor space, rather than the facade. I don't have as strong feelings about the facade that's presented, but certainly if there are other low-cost measures that could be done to add a little bit more texture, I wouldn't be opposed to that. But this is one of the few properties in town that provides at least like a moderate rentable apartments that aren't like luxury apartment prices. So I'm also sensitive to that in terms of, requiring a lot more steps in this process.
Yeah.
I think that's part of the problem is, your rental is being supported by the cost of the building and the structure. So obviously everybody wants to get a return on their investment. So it's not that it's the end of the world, but I think it's the reality of it. And the cost to rebuild the balcony isn't financially feasible.
Yeah, I'll say Katrina, I'm glad you brought that up. Certainly my suggestion or my thought was not to rebuild the balcony. I sort of understand. I mean, it would be nice, but like we get where this fits in. But my sense is there's something that can be done that's relatively low cost that can break up that facade a little bit more than it is presented here, that will give that depth, without having to rebuild, entire balconies. So the other thing, just so that we're clear and maybe I'm just stepping out a little bit here. Right, once this comes down, that's it. Right, they can never, so in order to put those back up, because these don't comply, right? I got to imagine that these don't comply with zoning. So once they get taken off, then there's right, you got to go through a variance process that's probably unlikely to be granted, just because I don't know why that it would meet the 4 reasons for variance. So if there's any thought we'll do it one time and then we'll come back and put balconies on later, I think that's that's it.
Yeah.
They come down, they're done. Right.
So I think what we're hearing is, and I do have another question, is yes, we don't want to delay this because we understand that what needs to get done. But coming back with some suggestions for how to add a little bit more depth would be much appreciated. My other question is, what's the plan for what's happening on the ground? I mean, right now in the area that's in front of the balconies, there's some nice greenery, it's pleasant, it adds to the feel of downtown. When those balconies get demolished, what are you planning on putting on the ground right in front of the building?
Hey, may I speak? It's Carl Valeri.
Yep.
Sure.
Okay, great. So one of the proud owners of 625 Main Street. So there was a large evergreen that found its way into becoming a tree a few months ago. That was taken down. I think what I'd like to do is refresh the entire front again, keep with some of the bushes that have been maintained over the years. But I think that entire front could use a refresh, whether it's the fencing or maybe removing the fencing and providing more of a visually appealing landscape. I own a few homes down the Cape, and curb appeal is everything, and I always start with landscaping, and I think this could use a nice dress up once we're through with the carnage that we've gone through there.
So what I'm hearing is the plan is landscaping as opposed to like crushed stone or something like that.
Well, landscape, my point is that area could use a remake, and it could be something where it's a variety of products that are used. The crushed stone look with a Japanese maple on either side and some other stone, offsetting the colors would be very attractive.
Well, for me, when you come back with kind of the proposal for how to add more depth, having a little bit more information about what you envision happening at that street level would be useful as well. I know that's not, we're talking, but I think that would be helpful to know what's happening in the streetscape.
So I think we would like to see some direction and at least being able to proceed. This is a two-part project. Because the balconies were some form of second means of egress, we are ready to start installing fire-rated doors, new fire-rated doors throughout the building. And we want to do that in concert with knowing that the balcony does have to come down. There is all sorts of costs associated with just maintaining it as it is. We've spent a lot of money on steel in the hopes of reframing all of the balcony, only to find out that we basically wasted that money, and we wouldn't have known until we kept peeling back the onion. So we purchased Juliet Balconies, and we've actually had those on site with the expectation that we were going to proceed. We've held that off for this, obviously for this very reason, that you have people such as yourselves reviewing a project like this. But the reality is that the balconies are going to come down. We want to get rid of it as an eyesore. I am sure with Greg's skills, we can come up with something that has more relief to it and is not one-dimensional. I think we've already, by the way, we did change all the shutters a few months ago, so they're all black right now, which will really look nice against the red brick. And so the next step is to get rid of this eyesore and then be able to at least install the Juliet balconies. And I'm sure with various pilasters and things, we could make it look more attractive and provide the relief you're looking for.
So you're saying that the Juliet balconies need to be there because you have sliders that you need to protect people?
Correct. Yes.
So
I'll start where I guess I don't have a problem sort of approving stuff in, certainly if the question was, can we get approval to start demoing and then installing the balconies, which you have to do, right? That's all one piece. I guess I'm okay with that, right? I don't necessarily, I mean, I understand that all that needs to happen.
Yeah, and it takes time.
Yeah, and it takes
Yeah.
time, and so to the degree that you've already got the balconies that you need, then like just going ahead with that, but with, I don't know, Julie or Andrew, how we work in that process so that we're sure that they get something back.
If I could, that clearly, once we start the process, Greg can continue to meet with whomever is on the board, or an alternative architect representing the board to kind of nudge us in the right direction about, well, this is what we're gonna do, well, what if you did X? And we'd be very open to that, for sure.
Okay, hold on, I'm just looking for some guidance in how it's like, cause we can't do like partial approval.
It's just tricky because it's not like a partial building permit, right?
Right.
It's one building permit. So we're trying to figure out like, you know, we can condition certain things, and we can do things at the staff level or we could do administrative approval with the chair and vice chair in certain aspects.
So we could approve with an administrative approval of what the final
facade and the
Right, so you
liaison
could
is going to
condition
look
that
like.
they provide plans to staff and then we would circle back with you two.
Yes, that would be acceptable.
I'm okay with that. How do we frame something? Are you both okay with that?
I'm okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright. So what's the process? What's the vote that we need to take?
Just trying to think of the timing, like, because we don't necessarily say prior to building permit in this case, right?
At some point during inspection or at some point prior to the CO,
Right, what's the hook?
right? It could be like
I think it would be the CO.
CO probably, yeah.
But isn't the building occupied?
Is the building not occupied right now?
No, it has full occupancy.
Right.
Still subject to this, but it still requires the permit to be closed out when the work is done, so there's a trigger too.
Maybe prior to closing. But then like, is that enough time for you to review something for them to? I guess they would have to figure that piece out, right?
What's the timing?
How much lead time they need.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, between construction and demolition, so between doing what we have to do internally, and then we have the balconies in which to remove, but put the Juliet balconies up before we take the floors down, that's 60 days. So essentially, we could be working in concert with the appropriate town officials in all along that way.
So you could.
If I might add too, I think that minor modification gives leeway to do an administrative approval as well. So we could work with Andrew and get your input through Andrew and at least come to a point where we're in agreement to move forward with whatever else needs to be done.
That's true.
That's kind of what we were saying.
Yeah.
So in that case, so in that case, do we actually not vote, but we're giving guidance for administrative approval? Of the minor site plan?
See that. But
to you.
no, I think they need a decision to get a permit though, to issue the permit. So
Well, then it gives us a little more teeth to get things from them later.
Yes, okay. So we're going to approve this, but in the decision, kind of condition it on administrative review of
Changes to the facade
changes to the facade
and landscaping.
and landscaping, other than the Juliet balconies. Did I get that all?
Yes.
we can work on this.
Yeah, that's well written.
Sorry. And then number 9.
Right.
It just needs a reference back up to those, the plans approved.
The plans to be approved by condition.
Yeah.
So I don't think there was any revisions planned on the other facades. Is that?
Yeah, that's fine. I don't think it matters. I can
You mean
take
on the north side? South side?
the east. I mean, I can take them out. It doesn't impact. It's the east facade.
Yeah.
No, west, sorry.
West.
We don't have plans for any of the facades other than the west facade.
Let me just take this. That's
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Close out of the project.
That works for me. Any other suggestions there?
I would like to make a motion to approve the minor site plan review decision for 625 Main Street as conditioned.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Approved unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Okay, now we are to the plan change to the approved 40R at 531 Main Street, the Chronicle building. Who is here for that project?
Hi, how are you? It's Chris Latham.
Okay, Chris, we can't see you. You're all blurry.
Oh, okay. There you go.
There.
I knew you were there.
I don't know why you want to see this. But anyways, Peter Zani is here today as well, including Rob as well, the architect. And so we're here today to request a minor modification of 531 Main Street, the old Chronicle location. The request for a modification is to remove 22 of the 24 windows that are on the south side, which is the alleyway. It's literally 3 feet from building side to building side between 531 Main Street, the Chronicle building, and basically 525 Main Street, which is the dry cleaners. The windows, frankly, look out upon an old vinyl and concrete block wall. The windows are not visible from the street. The ones that we are proposing to have removed are actually the ones that you can see in the lower image that Andrew put up. So the 2 windows towards the front, which are visible from the street, would remain. But we are proposing that the 22 windows that are not visible, because of the location of 525 Main Street, the abutting structure, that they be allowed to be removed. The windows, frankly, have no aesthetic value whatsoever. You can't see them from the street. You can't really see them from the abutting property. They don't provide any real benefit for the people that are living there because they don't provide any light, and they basically look out 3 feet away on this old, frankly, not too pretty looking vinyl wall and concrete block. They're not needed for the units. The units are actually on the other side of the building. So these are long common hallways that are used for egress on the interior of 531 Main Street. It is proposed, as you can see in the bottom sketch, that the exterior south walls raised parapets would remain, the massing would remain, and the material changes along the south plane would also remain. Now, the revisions are requested for two primary reasons. Number one, we all know what has happened with inflation, and frankly, the cost of these fire-rated windows has increased exponentially, and they're in excess of $75,000. There are some quotes that came in, I believe, at like $98,000. In addition to that, we've also received a letter from Brett Bennett, the building inspector, who's raised some concerns in regards to safety, and we're sensitive to that as well. And so these are fire-rated windows, but the concern is the intent of the building code. They're fire-rated windows so long as the glass doesn't break. If the glass breaks, we've got a situation where there's now a means for potential fire to enter the building. For instance, if there was ever, God forbid, a fire at 525 Main Street, the abutting property. And so for that reason, because the units don't need them, they don't provide any light aesthetically, they don't provide anything to the building, to the town, to the occupants. And because of the fire safety concerns, we have requested that these windows be eliminated. These are the only modifications that we are requesting on this plan. We are not making any modifications to the east elevations that the folks over at Chapin Ave would basically see. We're not requesting any on Chapin Ave, and we're not requesting any, frankly, along Main Street. So with that said, if you have any questions, I or Rob or Peter are hopefully going to be able to answer your questions. Thank you.
Okay, questions from the commission?
What kind of lighting is in the hallways that's on this side?
There would be lighting in the hallway, down lighting, like a recessed can that extends up to the ceiling. So it would be basically our artificial light.
That's fine. As long as there's adequate light onto that hallway. That's
Oh, yeah, we would absolutely, yeah. That would be fun to light.
Good. That's my only question.
So, I totally get what you just laid out there about sort of the lack of need for those windows and the expense and the issues there. With the assumption that that building next to it is there. As we know, even in the past couple of years, lots of things can change with your neighbors. And that is an enormous wall that would be, I mean, if you take that shading out, right, in that bottom graphic there, that's even with the parapets, you know, that would be an enormous flat wall, which is fine if your neighbor stays the way they are. Or if your neighbor gets bigger, but maybe that building goes, we don't know. We have no idea. And that scares me to approve that big of a blank wall. So my question, and it's truly a question, I know like in brick buildings or in other buildings that have, more, I'm gonna say more substantial, I don't know if that's the right term, but, different types of buildings, right? Sometimes you can put, window frames that are inset, not really the frame, but the space, so that it's inset by an inch or two, just so that it gives that pattern of the windows broken up, right? You see that a lot of times, right? Sort of like old bricked in windows that were designed that way. I don't know if there's something that can be done on this type of facade that would do the same thing, that wouldn't be, you're not paying for, fire rated windows and you're not, you know, all those sorts of issues with, you know, being so close and fire issues, but would provide some breakup of that facade if your neighbor, right, that your neighbor is gonna change. Like, let's, it will. We just don't know what it will change to. And I guess I'm not even concerned at the lower level, right? I'm just more concerned, I think if you have something at that upper level, that breaks up enough that I think to a minimum, that's something like that. And I know that's not very specific because I'm not an architect and I don't, you know, I don't know exactly what the product you would use on something, on a building type like that. That's my one thought.
And any reaction, I'm with you on that, you know, and even, I'm supposing that even at the, you know, the second story, even though you don't see the whole thing, I don't think that's the view from the street because there are other buildings there, but I'm also concerned about, okay, what else can be done? Because it would be a shame, it would be really bad to be, if that building were to go away or to be reduced and we're just left with that huge blank wall.
If I may, obviously, our firms represent a lot of developers over the years, and I understand your concern, but also from an economic perspective, the abutter's property has 42 foot of frontage on Main Street. And anybody who's gonna potentially develop the abutting property at 525 in the future is frankly gonna maximize that space and bring it right to the property line, similar to the situation that's occurring right now at 531 Main Street.
If they're allowed to.
If they're allowed to, but I can't frankly see somebody not using that space. I mean, historically for God knows how long, 75 plus years, 100 years, I don't know how long that 525 has been there, but they've historically used that entire width. They can't, anybody who's gonna buy and redevelop that property, I can't see any scenario where they frankly would not use that entire length of property space. The costs of the property are too high to not utilize it. So I think ultimately what would happen is if 525 is ever redeveloped, it's pretty much gonna be what it is now, which is a wall that extends and probably have a 3 foot alleyway the entire distance. And none of these windows can be seen now at all. There's no aesthetic value to them at all. The parapets are still there. There is massing, the same massing. I mean, they really don't provide any real aesthetic. And as far as I know, there are no plans to do anything with 525, but even if they did, I don't think it's economically feasible for them not to use the maximum amount of that space along that property line. Rob, do you have any comments or suggestions?
Well, first I'd say that those upper windows, you only need a 2-story building there to basically block those if there was one built in the future. So, you know, I think any sort of modest structure there would you know, go a long way of blocking that huge Main Street. You know, I understand what the suggestion is for doing like a relief there that's sort of like a fake window, so to speak. You know, there may be a way to do that. My concern would be that it wouldn't look right. You know, it might look a little bit too fake, you know, a little bit too artificial, and might actually look worse. But, you know, I understand what you're saying as far as trying to do something that mimics openings there. So yeah, that's kind of my 2 thoughts on that. But, you know, like I said, the first item, blocking those windows with another structure wouldn't take much to do it.
there's been a lot of stuff that happened in the past 10 years in downtown Reading that, 10 years before that, I never thought would have happened. So like, I'm not in the, I've gotten out of the prediction mode here. So that's all. I don't want to approve something, presuming something else is either gonna stay or go next door.
Yeah, and I mean,
That's-
I'm envisioning even, knock on wood, what if the place were to burn down and we're left with a vacant building for 20 years, right? They were left with that, and I'm just looking at Google, and I'm not entirely convinced you won't see even the top part of that long wall from the street. If I'm sitting in the middle of Main Street, you're gonna see that. So I guess I'm wondering, is there something in between you can do, either along the lines of what John suggested, fewer windows, something to break that up?
Andrew, is the wall section drawing in here? We did a section to show you how close those windows were. Yeah, okay. Actually, maybe the one before that.
This is all I got.
Okay. Do you mind if I share my screen real quick and I'll bring it up? Is that all right?
Yeah, let me make you a co-host real quick. You should be good.
Quick. Can everyone see that?
Yes.
Just to give you an idea. So this is the top of the window at the second floor. And it's very close. It's only about 2 feet below this window. So it doesn't take much of a sight line to really block that window out. If you're far enough away and at the right angle, maybe you would be able to see the top of that. But, in most scenarios, you're not gonna see over this structure. So the front of the building is that brick section. That's what these lines are depicting, and then behind it, there's actually a taller structure. So that's, what's gonna block pretty much everything behind those two front windows that we're keeping. So that's what I just wanted to show Andrew. I'll get my screen back.
So I have the elevations from your previous hearings that showed the rendering from Main Street, just for some context as well.
Yeah. Yeah, so these structures, like that white building there, the further down you are, it'll block everything. So,
Yeah, and actually what I'm looking at is, I'm looking from a spot that's right there and you see all those windows across, so we will be left with a very long, we won't be able to see all the way to the back, but a long blank wall. The building that's right behind the Reading Cleaner and Tailoring from the street view doesn't look higher. It looks like it's the building that's next to it that's higher.
the building, with the window on the gable, that one, I believe might be higher, but it's also closer, so it's still higher.
Right, that's the one next door to it.
Yeah. So, Andrew, if you want to bring up Street View, I'll show you the, Yes, you can see like the top of, so it's a little tough to see, but if you look right at that, if you could zoom in on the, maybe step back one shot, try to catch that. Okay, yeah. So if you zoom in on the laundromat building, see that little peak right there? To the left of that chimney is the peak that I was showing in the, this section. So, those windows are slightly above that. So, it's going to be very difficult to do that. And the closer you get to the building, obviously, the steeper that angle becomes.
Rob, if Do you have any idea, like, what would you propose in terms of if we were to put some fake windows in? Where would you think would be the logical place to put them, and how do you think?
Well, sorry, go ahead. So, I mean, I think everyone seems to be in agreement that the lower level windows don't necessarily need to be there. So that bottom row, at the top of the page, Andrew.
Sorry, what was that?
I would agree with that.
Yeah, I don't think we're
Yes.
hearing anyone insisting that you keep the bottom level windows, the first floor windows.
Yeah, so if we were to do like a fake window, the upper level would be the place where you would, obviously, consider where to start. And, it seems like the only view that you're gonna get on this building is really from Main Street. At least a lot of eyeballs that would ever be able to really see it. So, maybe we only go back a few windows, and, we could do something in trim potentially to try to mimic an actual window there. Or do something, do a decorative panel or something like that, as an alternative.
If I may, John, what are your thoughts on that idea?
I definitely, the first floor, I think that wouldn't need to be done. The second floor, yeah, I am in agreement. You probably don't need to go all the way back because of the angle just from Main Street. Even if that building was like someone said, if for God forbid, if that burnt down and right, they weren't allowed to build anything there because that's actually a conceivable outcome. I think if you sort of like with that in mind, if you had I don't know, the first two bays had windows, then it suddenly you would never be looking straight on like we're looking here, right? You'd be seeing some windows and then some blank space beyond that. And I think that's okay.
I think that's better, yeah. Yeah.
So when you say first two bays,
the first two
two
blank
windows
ones.
are gonna stay.
Yeah, the first two blank ones, I'm sorry.
So you're saying the row of 3 and then the row of 2?
Yeah.
After that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's really just 5, right? It's 5 windows that you're not now showing.
Right.
I think that would allay my concern.
That would help mine too. So, are you thinking that you would end up just keeping those 5 windows, and we condition this decision like that, or do you wanna come back to us with something of a different proposal?
Could I ask you one more question before I answer yours? Is it possible that we could make the windows, the fake windows, a little shorter than the full-size window? Since we're talking only about the top portion? Or do you think you need the entire window to be duplicated?
I think you need the entire window duplicated.
Yeah, I'm thinking of the reason that we're doing it. One reason is that view from Main Street. The other reason is if the unthinkable, knock on wood, were to happen and the community is left with a vacant lot for a long time, it will look odd this way anyhow, but that's kind of surmountable, but we might not wanna add to the oddness of it by having different size windows.
Yeah.
If Rob was able to work something like that up, is it possible to have that be administratively reviewed as opposed to them having to pay Rob and I to come back in?
I think so. I think so.
Share it with you guys. Like we did.
I have absolutely no vision of what is supposed to come in.
Sure.
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 All right. I mean, I appreciate it because obviously costs matter.
Yes.
I don't know if you folks read everything, but they actually had to do a lot of extra structural work on 525 basically to keep that up. So they went immediately over budget. So they don't have any room to pay for Rob and I anymore. So we don't get to visit with you guys.
Just another maybe potential option if you're looking for fake window treatments. I don't know if it makes more sense. So these two bays here are projected out further than the recessed two here, the ones with three. So does it make more sense to keep windows on the projected bays or kind of keep them in harmony, or just first sight first?
Could do that too.
I'm no architect either.
Just
so
just
I
for
do
the
not
symmetry
know.
of it, should it come down? Should it be exposed?
Yeah.
That would work for me just as well.
I guess I do think there's a I don't know what you call it, right? An angle issue that no matter if that there's nothing in that space next door, that you're really, the only viewpoint is from Main Street, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm having a hard time getting sort of like picturing exactly that, whether it's better to have them closer because of that view, or whether it's better to have it
What if we get
more
the
simple.
phone turned down?
But that's from looking straight on.
Right.
Yeah, I'm having a little challenge with that.
We could get, maybe Rob could do them both and then we could just see what we think looks better.
Yeah, and when you submit it for administrative review, if you could submit even that old rendering of the view from Main Street, I think that would help.
Yeah.
Rob, you understand what you're saying?
Yeah, no, I get it.
And I'm not even saying redo the rendering, but just submit that so we can compare. 'Cause I know
Okay.
everything costs money.
So if they do that, then you're not gonna require them to get a waiver for a blank facade. Because that's
Say that again, Julie.
right.
Well, I guess that's a good question. I mean, so here's the thing, it's like, okay, if there still is a long blank facade that exceeds, 80 feet? We should probably still do the waiver if the other portion is blank, just so that we're following our own rules.
How much would be left though? I mean, there'd be a lot of the lower part. Yeah.
What is that distance?
Which distance are you looking for?
Well, if you were to do, say you were to do those next two blank bays, if you're to put windows on those, what's the distance between, where Andrew's, what's that distance? If it's more than our design standards are for what's allowed for a blank facade, we still have to give the waiver so that we're following our own rules.
Yeah, that's so from the left side of that triple window bay to the back of the building is 61 feet.
Okay, so then we don't need the waiver.
What's our?
Isn't it 80 feet?
So one rule is building facades over 40 feet in length are required to have a change in plane. If the projected bays meet that,
I think so.
They do.
Yeah, so the blank facade actually doesn't have a specific number tied to it. At least, let me double check that would be.
40 is 80 said.
So I do remember some sort of 80. Building shall be no greater than 80 feet in length without a physical or material break to allow for light infuse, so it shouldn't need a waiver for.
So I don't think,
So I don't think we need
I
the
don't think we
waiver.
have a, yeah, something
think
that we
we're
have to
granting the
waive.
waiver, right.
Yes.
And John and members of the board, just so I'm clear, so we're gonna keep obviously the balcony along Main Street there, so double doors. We're gonna keep the first two windows coming from Main Street. And then we're gonna have what, 5 of the fake windows
Yes.
on the upper level?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I understood, thank you.
And with that, we're saying that you don't need a waiver because the blank facade doesn't exceed 80 feet. Did I get that right, Andrew?
Yes.
And just for the board's reference, as you know, obviously there's parapets and obviously changes in colors and changes in massing and texture.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
So you guys are okay with treating this as a minor amendment? A minor plan change?
Oh, that's, well, yeah, because then we can finish the approval administratively. And is it fits
So
the
if it's minor, you can
definition of
just do
minor?
it tonight and then we'll do the other piece administratively. If you
Yeah.
decided it was major, you'd have to have a hearing and we'd
No,
have to reschedule.
I don't think this is
So let's
major.
call it a minor one.
Okay.
It meets the definition of a minor
It
one,
does.
right?
Yes, it does. If we wanted it to be major, I'm not even sure it would, so.
Right. Just making sure that we aren't just saying, yeah, let's call it minor.
Do you wanna see if anyone from the audience has?
Oh, yes, that's a good
Because we
point.
do have a couple, at least one person here from the neighborhood.
Okay, is there anyone in the room or on the Zoom that would like to comment on this before we proceed? Okay, hearing none,
Hands are
finish
raised.
up with the decision. It's raining out there, it's raining.
If I could just make a quick comment, in any place where it says in the decision eastern side, everything should just be southern or south side. Thank you.
Yes. Good catch.
Yeah, right there, this one.
But that was the previously approved facade changes.
Sure.
We only mention east and west here just because they're on the plans submitted, so
So yeah, we're just basically adding the
yeah.
change to this,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I think it's number 3, the current proposal.
Oh,
So 22
southern
windows from the southern side. Thank
Gotcha.
you.
Thank you. Okay.
I'd like
Hold on, there's another one under, oh wait, you removed the staff thoughts, right?
I did, yes, thank you.
Go ahead, Katrina, sorry.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to approve the minor plan change for the approved 4DR project at 231 Main Street. 531 Main Street. I'm not good with numbers today.
All those in favor?
I'll second it.
Oh, second. Okay, second, and all those in favor? Alrighty, Approved unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay, moving along here. Next up is a minor amendment to the approved Johnson Woods UDR. Is this you? All right.
Andrew, could you call up the site plan?
Sure will. 1 second here.
I'm doing a stage here.
Yeah.
I know, you have your marker right there.
Should we get you the lectern? Do you need a charger at all? I didn't know if your computer was dying. You want the key plan? Big site plan, big, yeah.
Thank you. My name is Brad Latham, for the record, sorry I have laryngitis. There are basically 4 items that we're here before you requesting relief on. The first was the deletion of 4 housing units from the site. My application describes them. It happens buildings 65 and 25 on Talbot Lane were 3-unit buildings. Those are being converted to only 2 units. That's elimination of 2 units. In addition, building 61, that was a duplex near the entranceway, and that's shown here on the plan, near the fork on the road as you come in. That contained 2 units, that's being eliminated. That, by the way, creates a nice green area behind the buildings on that row. So that's the first relief we're requesting. The second is an effort to increase the on-site parking, I should say off-street parking, on the project to address what has been perceived to be a need. And as a consequence, they look to create 14 units, and those are shown on the left side of the picture. They're on Talbot Lane, and they're being developed as a consequence of the reduction in units and the reconfiguration of the units in that area. So you can see that on the plan. The parking in that area and the driveway, the aisle, will conform to requirements. We can certainly provide details to staff to establish that before it's constructed. There's also a look to create a bump out area for parking. In addition, along the southerly side of Taylor Lane, that's occurring in a couple of places already existing. It works well. Create additional parking on the street in that case. Those are all shown in that modified plan. If you enlarge it, you can see those. The third request is building 5, which was a duplex, is being broken into 2 single-family units. Those are shown on a detailed plan that was submitted as well. If you want to, do you want to call that up, Andrew, for the, that might be helpful on building 5 to show that. Thank you. So that shows the way that's being reconfigured. And what is being shown there really segues into the 4th relief request, and that is to have building envelopes, which we probably should have done in the first place, but they basically show some flexibility in the location of buildings, but not a great deal of flexibility. So what is built is going to be substantially what you see. But this one on building 5 shows the division of the duplex into 2 separate units. The advantage, of course, being having windows all around and having the light and advantage of a single-family unit that some buyers prefer. Then again, the last item is item 4 in the application. That is to establish building envelopes to permit some flexibility in the actual location of the foundation, the building itself. Through the process, we've been back to see you more times than you want, but that's because Ted's made efforts going through the process to site buildings in an appropriate location due to the topography and vegetation and other circumstances. This would simply give the ability, some minor ability, to shift buildings slightly. We've also indicated that some concern that Andrew suggested is making sure there wouldn't be massive changes in the elevation and the utility connections and the driveway locations, those are all substantially saying as they have been seen and approved and frankly can now be seen on site. So those are the items that we're requesting relief from. If you want to go through them, we have enlarged drawings for each of them. They're in the package as well. So those are the 4 items we appear before you on. And the hope in item 4 is that we would not have to come back to bother you again, that with that slight flexibility, we'd be able to finish the project. And at this point, we're near the end line to do that. This is it, we've defined the number of units, and they're all now been substantially shown on the plans. Thank you very much. I'm gonna stand if I may, I have trouble hearing, so help me if I can hear you, I'm closer to you.
Sure. Questions or comments from the commission?
I'll say I like the idea of building footprints, the areas instead of the actual foundation. I guess two things that jump out at me. One is you're showing on when you break up building 5 from 5A and 5B that one of the planned driveway is off of Johnson Woods Drive, in between Courtyard Place and the other part of Johnson Woods Drive. And if I remember correctly, is that on a slope too? I don't know, it just seems like is that gonna be a tough place for a driveway?
We just did one.
Create some problems. What's that?
Do you have the green plan that has this on there too?
I did in the past, let me see.
What?
No, they have the electronic plan, that's it from Bill.
So this is more
Let me hold that up.
more descriptive, I think.
Yeah.
This is sort of the outcome of what was just described.
This is, what you had was a Hayes plan, this is the architect's site plan. And if this is helpful, I can bring it around.
It shows these houses being changed, the parking in the middle of these two places. 10 went to 8 parking. You can't see it on the screen.
Right,
You can see it
which
here.
looks great, yeah.
And this is this one going away, so you have this green swath of trees that won't get cut. And then you just ask about this one. 5, you just ask about this one. 1 and 5 are both, they're both, I mean, there's one we just finished on the street, and this unit would have two units on the street, just like all these other units, they're all on Johnson Woods Drive. So it'll be the same as basically everything up and down the street here.
You can show this.
But I guess really close to the intersection is really good.
I think we have a couple of those plans. If
Yeah, this version of what this is the engineered version. That's drive broken apart. And that's the parking lot.
Andrew, did we give you one of those?
Didn't. Don't have that.
You have a hard copy, but not the electronic.
I don't even think I have a hard copy, I think Fred got it from the meeting, yeah. It's replacing this.
Are these all the same?
Yeah.
Oh.
You don't have a hard copy. I thought I needed to. I showed you this.
You did show it to us, yes.
Bring it home. Yeah, show me where 7 is.
Yeah, it's this proposed, this house is just the same as this house. This house we've already
So
considered.
I see some existing.
And it had more. These is all mature trees. So when you come into the same parking lot, service these two houses, just like we did here.
Okay, but that doesn't show me 7.
That is
That is seven.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
7 is
saying-
gonna be just
Right over here, yeah.
So this is the current driveway to the parking lot. I'm not leaving the streets and staying here.
That's just more to
It's
plow.
transferred over here.
Can you repeat it one more time?
This is all existing. One driveway, search difference. This is currently our parking lot. This is our entrance to the park. This is all
on this side of Johnson.
18 years old.
Yeah.
It's
It's right here.
Yes, yes, yes.
So I want to come in the same way as now. This is existing pavement. This and then insert this house and this house. And leave the street.
Thank you.
That's how you go, so-
So the other thing, right, the thing that we have, ended up focusing on, because it creates conflict, is when there are changes that happen to nearby built buildings that people have purchased, right? So great that you're making all these changes to on Talbot Lane, right, now, before
Anybody goes there.
before anyone goes there, right? Great, it looks like a good change there, although, what is that at the end? What's it? Oh, on this plan,
that
there's
doesn't
nothing,
exist
okay,
anymore.
okay.
Oh, it doesn't exist anymore?
No, it's-
Okay.
It was something approved on a previous plan that goes away on this plan.
Okay. I guess, so the two places that I see is,
You believe this one, we're exactly the same distance from this house here.
I see that, 60, 61, and 62, right? Your new footprints of 62 look like it's on top of 61.
61 goes away.
Oh, 61's going
Oh,
away.
There is no
Oh,
the
okay.
same thing.
Oh, okay, okay.
61's gone. There's 4 units, this, 2 of these go away, and 61
I
goes
was
away.
just asking the same thing.
Right, so this is, with all due respect, right, this is why,
That's why I came to the meeting.
perfect example of why for 15 years, right, that's how long you've been at this, more than, or
20,
yeah.
This is the
Why,
20th year.
right, if we use this plan that shows 61 on here, you're thinking that you've approved this, and we're thinking there's approved there, so we can't do this, right? This is, we have to have this. You cannot come to a meeting and present stuff, hand it out when we're working off of this, like that,
Yeah,
it screws
I came
everything
in
up.
2 months ago with this. This is
I
back in
don't-
July. But we didn't get it electronically. That's
Well, right, so
So-
to us, we see this,
so the problem
and
is
this
this
is
came
what.
from the engineer. This came from the architect.
Well, this,
Well,
but this is
that's-
what's in the record of
Yeah,
what we would be
yeah,
approving
yes.
tonight, and it looks
So I
like
want this
62 is
approved.
on top of 61.
Cross off 61 has to
Yeah.
disappear.
Can't do that.
Yeah, if you just say this is the 61 disappears.
What the engineer was trying to do is, because it's in white, he was trying to show it was being eliminated, and my error said it was being eliminated.
Says previously.
But, so is 48 eliminated?
Where's 48?
Is that eliminated?
No, that's already.
It looks the same as that.
Yeah, I know, that's already been built.
So, right, we can't, I get it, I mean, I get all these, but I don't wanna approve anything, cause I don't know what I'm approving.
And I'm
And it's
even the
gonna
same way
lead to
with it.
more confusion
You
down
a-
the road, I
John, you asked
guarantee
a
it.
question about 65, and it looks like it's on top of a building that you've also said is like doesn't no longer exist. I would also feel much more comfortable if
Which
we're
one is that?
approving. The one at the end of Talbot Lane, you said it doesn't exist
So
anymore.
this is the right, so I'm saying, if this is the plan that needs to be approved.
This
And the
is
only
what we need to have
That's
in
what we
front
need
of
to
us,
have.
and we don't have it.
In the record for what we're approving.
Yeah.
So what do we do, Julie? I think we have to continue this so that we can get in the, so what happens is then, years later.
So the problem, one of the problems was someone, that we were requested to show every single building as it was originally approved and as it was modified, and that's what Hayes did. Okay? He was trying to show the board said, show us what's the approved plan, and then what's the new plan. So there's some old junk that ended up on this plan, because 61 was approved. That's what the approved plan was. And that's what was approved. They said, show us what's approved. So this is approved. But
there's no indication, right, the problem is there's no indication that that's not gonna be built.
Then that's on this plan.
So, sure, it has all the pieces on there, but it's
Even if, in my mind, even if this had like an indication, like an X through it or something, so that subsequent
Well, so,
right, and
meetings,
then
Hash marks,
what I would
anything.
like,
Anything,
what I would
hash
like
marks,
permission to
grayed
do
out.
administratively is to, this is the approved plan, which is, doesn't have an X, there's just 61 disappeared. It's gone, there is no 61. To administratively submit this plan to you with these little green boxes around it that are shown on, with the, with the little outlines that Brad described.
Yeah.
Okay, put those on, this is the right plan, it's got everything, it's got the 2 missing units over here, it's got the new parking area, it's got parking areas here we haven't even talked about yet, it's got 61 gone away, it's got this one gone away. So if we can, this is the plan, it just doesn't have the little green boxes around the unit.
Is there even an electronic version so that you could present to the whole board at the same time? I mean,
yeah, because this isn't fair to
this-
all the.
This isn't fair to
this
the
is not-
audience, this
yeah.
isn't fair to abutters, this isn't, nobody can see what we're talking about here, except for us.
Well, could you go back to the site plan? Just for public consumption. 2 points, the application did indicate that 61 is being eliminated, and the draft decision acknowledges that specifically 61 is being eliminated. And the site plan that was submitted was the Hayes plan that shows 61 in white. So it's identified as to where it is. The application says it's being eliminated, and the decision says it's being eliminated.
But your description doesn't say, your application to amend doesn't say it's being eliminated.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, in number,
Where?
in bullet
It
point
says
number
in
one.
paragraph 1, it says, the shape of each building is shown in the company plan. Building 61, which is a duplex, is being eliminated and will not be built.
All right, what about this building out at the end?
The end
What
of,
The end of Talbot,
at the end of, yeah.
Which one? Sorry,
building at the end of Talbot.
what number is that?
There isn't a number, it's something I can't read. Right?
It's a lot of text.
4
Yeah.
and 65.
And we also have this bullet point two, wait, we have Taylor Line and Talbot Lane.
I mean, that's kind of problematical, because they ask for everything that's been
Yeah,
approved.
that's the application.
The problem was that
The problem is we don't have before us, and the public hasn't been able to see the plan that shows actually what we're planning to do, the line, I mean, so we're being walked through this now of how the proposal describes what is happening, right? So for instance, on that piece about, I'm going back and forth between these, I'm gonna open up the decision summary.
this is the staff requested that we show on the plan what used to be there and then the new circles. So there's
Right, we
stuff-
should have had both, we should have had both of these things, it doesn't need to be an either or, we could have had both of these, that shows us the previous and the proposed and then the actual, so that this is what goes into the record, right? Alright, so
Because, can I back up here? Because the other problem is you're saying that you want these right, the footprints, but then if you wanna use this, you're showing foundations. So,
Well, you
which
see,
is it?
I wasn't given electronically a copy of that, but what is in the package that you have? No, I think in fairness, what is in the package you have shows a site plan, okay? And it shows the buildings that are being, the footprint on the plan, okay, those are all shaded, but you have to read the application. And the application, I think, is very clear as to what the objective is, what's being asked for. The draft decision is very clear, if you grant it, as to what is happening. There's really no ambiguity in that stream.
What's at the end of Talbot Lane?
yeah. So that needs to go somewhere,
What's
it's
that?
not in the description.
the end of Talbot, that hasn't been on a plan in 5 years, so I don't,
So are you saying you didn't just submit this?
This, I don't know how, this, I
What does that say?
don't even know what that is. It's not,
So it's, but we are in the
And that's
position,
the plan that you just submitted with your application.
yeah, we're in a position of approving it with that footprint on there, so on, for
approve it on the
instance.
condition that that not be there, because that's not supposed to be there. It's not, it hasn't been on a plan for, so at some point, it was 10 years ago, it had been approved. They asked for what's approved on those plans. And that makes Talbot.
Can you read what that says? Can you enlarge that? I can't
Not
read it.
even if I zoom in. Looks like it says building 65 something.
Green Meadow, something about, something
Yeah,
from Green
limit
Meadow
from
Drive
Green Meadow
and
Drive. The something building 65.
something building 65.
So I have another question here. Building 47, the footprint that's shown here is shown being closer than the foundation that was originally approved.
So that's what you approved at your May meeting, 47, as you approved at your May meeting, you approved this location of 47. But at the May meeting, we were asked, what about this abutter? And I said, I own that unit. That's my unit, so I'm the person that's getting impacted. And this shaded location was approved at your May meeting, when you approved the 2 single families for 12 and the extra parking space. That was at your May, I think it was a May 23rd meeting. So it's not this was a very old, this was before May, this is what was approved in May. So maybe we should have had Hayes take that off.
And then the footprint here complies with which?
Yes, and everything on.
The new shading?
Yes, yep, correct.
So what building number is that number 47 on there? What building number is that?
47.
163?
It's just a bunch of numbers flying around. Just trying to find it.
So, Julie, the historical was, there was a duplex where 47 is, and a duplex where 33 is, and a long time ago, you approved turning 47 into a single and 33 into a triplex.
What happened in May?
You affirmed that because somehow it came up, the question came up, is it any closer to, is that 48?
So the May decision doesn't say
Is it any
anything
closer?
about
We said, yeah, we were title holders to that.
I didn't remember that.
I remember
I know.
I remember discussing that at some point.
Thought it was actually a different part of the property.
Do we have a draft decision in our folder?
Just for 47.
Oh, it was May 2021,
Just
building 47.
okay.
It's because in May, you did do things to other buildings.
annual.
It's biannual.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that was 2020.
It's
2021.
2 years, yeah, 2 years ago, yeah.
Yeah.
Right, because that's.
May
That's
20,
voted at.
May 2022, there were other
For May,
buildings.
then, you got the month.
Still was a May.
I was only off by 2 years.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Bet you can find it, yeah, but I remember it.
Is there a date on this?
And I'm sorry, I'm not seeing the draft decision in staff reports folder.
That's not good.
I'll say, I understand what's happening now.
Well, I understand what's happening.
I don't know how we,
And that's where
Reconcile it?
I'm looking for the draft decision so we can reconcile that.
Refresh it, should
But
be in there,
And-
sorry.
okay, thank you.
we probably do need to open it up too.
Yes. So let's open it up to public comment, and we do have the draft decision in our Google folder now, okay? Any comments? Yes, please.
My name is Beth Mosher, I live on.
Pardon me, you need to come stand there so that people online can hear and see you.
My name is Beth Mosher, I live at 30 Taylor Drive. I have a couple of things I'd like to speak to. The first is we are desperately in need of visitor parking. This proposal that gives us 14 spots on Talbot and in addition, I believe 8 parallel spots on Taylor Drive is something that all the residents in that area are looking forward to and truly support that. I did have one question brought to me from another resident who has COVID and wanted to speak tonight. And she was looking at building 25, which is on the curve where Talbot meets Taylor. And the two end units of building 25 are affordable housing units. She was concerned that parking, she thought the parking driveway for 25 for the affordable unit was going to take away 2 of the current parking space, visitor parking spots. And I'm looking at it right now and I'm wondering if Ted, if you could clarify that. It looks to me like that I know on this corner that there are no parking spots for those homes. Is that a walking pathway or is that?
Take a look at this, this is the way. this
Okay,
is-
thank you. So 25,
So 2 parking spaces did not take up parking.
so that was her concern because the line was there.
Yeah, they've been right, there's the 2 spots right there.
And here's the cutout right here,
Yeah,
so
there's
we're
the
fine.
cutout, and here's the
I will
other
let her know, thank you very much, that was the big concern.
You're
So that was where I was basically speaking for those parts that were concerning the residents that weren't gonna be down 2 spots, that's good news, thank you.
Sorry, Ted, can you show me that real quick? Sorry, I wanna see that for myself. So I know.
It's not built.
What was just talking
Right,
about.
it's not built yet.
Can you just show me?
You're concerned about.
You could even you can show up on the
Right
screen.
here, this is
You can show
affordable
up on the
housing
screen.
here, and it looked
Right,
like
so
their
where's
parking
the drive?
driveway was gonna take away our cutout for our 2
Gotcha.
spots here.
Okay.
But Ted pointed out to me in the bigger corner, you can actually see
We're
that,
talking about
so that
here,
was
they're
good.
not- They're not part of.
Because I want those 8
this
here,
plan.
the 20, the 14 here, and we don't want to take 2 away, make it negative.
They're
Thank you.
separate, these are the extra bump outs on Taylor, these are coming in, these are the 2 they're talking about, these 2 spots here. Coming in like that, concerns these 2 units.
Those are not going away.
Those are not going away, I see those, they're like little not driveways,
They're
they're
not
parking spots.
impacting the actual parking spots.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see what he's talking about. It's very much. Hi.
I'm Brendan Gray. I'm spoke town meeting recently, and I'm also board of trustee, one of the board of trustees. Board of trustees went over the plan, especially in relation, as Beth was talking about that parking, and it's very critical. And it was unanimous vote by the board of trustees, and we briefed all the homeowners association 3 weeks ago. I think roughly.
End of September.
3 weeks ago, the homeowners came to a meeting in which we presented the plan and parking and so I thought that would be great for you to.
Yeah, that's.
Yes, that is helpful, thank you very much, it's valuable. Thank you. Any other comments here in the room or anyone on, is it just check on Zoom?
Yes, I'd like to make a comment, please. Thomas Callahan, Chairperson of the Board of Trustees for Johnson Woods. I share some of the confusion that the board has. The process could have been a bit clearer, but that said, and not having seen the draft decision also, which is somewhat disappointing that the board has not seen the draft decision. But we are in support of the proposal. We worked with the developer to secure more parking and to obtain some open space at the towards the entrance of Johnson Woods, and we are certainly in favor of all of that. The board does lend its support with the caveat that we are a bit disappointed with the process, but that said, we do support it.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Anybody else on Zoom or here in the room?
I would actually like to say something. I'm in a butter to 5A and B.
And can you give us your name, please, for the record?
Sure. Yeah, my name is Bonnie, and the last name is Karub.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I would like to know what the distance is. See, what we haven't seen this detailed plan either. So, what's the distance between their basic property and ours next door in Building 4?
The same, exactly the same as it's already been, exactly the same as what's already been approved. Whatever you
Okay, and
approved
so
on.
let's, it just, so for your information, it's the same as what's been approved, and since you asked the question, let's zoom in and let you know what that is.
18.3 feet from from the closest point of building 4 to building 5.
18.7 feet.
That was to the existing or pre-existing, it looks like 16.5 for the dark code.
Here it says 18.3.
We're required to have 15 feet between buildings. We have
Oh,
18.
sorry, I was looking at the wrong.
15.2 on there, yeah. When is that approved?
Oh, 10 years ago. We're
Okay,
now-
so that was prior to
So
this.
the triplex has been there for 15 years.
Okay, so the triplex has been there, what's shown on this paper plan is not 15.2, it's 18.311.
What?
So the split of building 5 hasn't officially been approved yet.
No.
It's being discussed tonight.
That's what that says?
It's 15 to this 16.
Right, so the split hasn't been approved.
So we can condition it to be 18 feet out, that's fine.
And what's shown on this is,
I can't read it.
well,
It's
you
18.3.
gave it to us, it's 18.3. It would have been
That's
18.3.
Yeah, that's, so we're happy to, that's, we should say that it has to be 18.3 feet within 5 and you.
Okay.
Correct condition.
Well, I think, okay, so, just Karub, what the information is that what's being proposed, it is an 18.3 foot distance between that proposed building 5A and what's shown there is building number 4.
So
Okay.
he's saying that plan, there is the official plan.
That's what we'll condition it
I
to.
think when we go through the decision,
Yeah.
we need to condition everything based on our understanding and to receive a final updated plan. That's correct.
Which I'm gonna suggest, cause this is a great plan, right? The only thing I think this is missing is now the footprint, the boxes, right?
Yep.
The building envelopes, right?
The building envelopes, yes.
So can we administratively add the boxes to this plan?
I think that would, yes.
That'd be fine.
The whole idea is to not have to bother you every 6 months. It's been 20 years.
6 months at a time.
Okay, any other questions or comments from Zoom or here?
Actually, yeah, I'd like to continue my questions. When does 5A and 5B, when are those proposed to be built?
Probably not for 2 years, probably in 2024 and 2025.
Were you able to hear that all right?
Yes, thank you.
Thanks. Anything else? Okay, any other comments? All right, anything else from the commission or should we open up the decision?
I'm glad I brought these plans.
Do you need another one of these?
Just an electronic version.
an electronic version, please.
What?
Well, let's talk about next steps when we get through. It's gonna have to change anyway. Okay. Okay. So the first part is to eliminate 4 dwelling units. Building 61 will not be built. There'll be no reduction in the number of affordable units. Okay. And then increased parking. Do we have the parking space dimensions?
I should count the 14 new spaces between the duplexes will all meet town standards. The ones on Taylor Drive will be identical to the off-street parking above house. That's throughout the project. So it's 2 different types of spaces there.
And how many parallel parking spaces on Taylor Drive?
8.
Should we say there, so the 14 off-street spaces on Talbot Lane, which will, do we want to say meet the town standards, or do we want to, include that information right here?
It's dimensioned as being 9 feet high. Well,
Yeah, we're not
it's-
doing any
yeah,
waivers or
yeah,
anything,
No,
so, okay, yeah, we'll leave
they're
that there.
dimensioned as being 9 feet wide, well, 63 for 7 of them, so.
Okay, perfect. Okay, great.
Just hard when I don't know the plan that you guys are looking at.
Oh, do you, he's got an extra one, would you take a look, put that one in the table next to you so you can see
I'm
it.
giving you an extra one.
I got it, alright, now I got it. I just needed to.
Wrapping paper. This is lots. Free wrapping paper. Done.
I'll get you one good one, yeah. This is only a 290 unit development, so it doesn't sound like that.
I can never.
Okay, are we set with this one?
Just one second. So you're right. 9 by 18. Street surface parking.
Oh. Okay, are we on the modifications to building 5 now?
Sure, sorry.
Sure.
Okay.
You're gonna get rid of the yellow question?
Yes, yep.
Did you answer the yellow question? Did you answer the yellow question? So the question is, will a reduction in overall unit count result in a reduction in the number of affordable units? Okay. Just checking.
And we've stated above in the proposal that there will be no reduction in the total. Okay. And then Andrew, probably get rid of that other question about the space dimensions and terrain. Okay, so building 5. Proposed driveways will be 20-foot in depth, and how wide?
Do we know how wide driveways are?
If doorways are 8 feet, so if it's a double door, it'd be not less than 16 feet.
Be 16 feet.
So then it shall maintain that 18.3 foot setback, okay. Okay, and then we've got the building envelopes, right?
Do we need to deal separately with building 7? That was the first one that we were talking to about. So is that one changing, or that's covered in a building envelope change?
Building 7, can you explain what's going on there? Just kind of.
So building 7
Let's
is gonna look similar to 52.
And it's like split
So
up.
it's a duplex staying duplex there.
Yeah, oh yeah, duplex staying duplex, the same size as 52.
And the driveway's not changing?
The driveway is gonna be as shown on this plan. That's
Oh, okay.
that's where we're keeping right now there's a big berm we did 20 years ago that's got big trees growing on it, and we don't wanna tear it down. We wanna go around, use the current entrance, it's already paved, to get back to those. So this is all berm and mature trees. This is existing entrance, and we wanna come in the existing entrance to these 2 units. And then if you look at 52, 52 doesn't show on here, but it shows here where one driveway will serve the 2 buildings that are offset like this.
Okay, so that's not that much of a change and can be covered, it seems it can be covered in the building envelope.
On this plan, every driveway that's gray is already there, is that the case? Right, well, I'm just noticing, is that
That's
already
there.
paved, and is there a driveway?
No, that's not it.
Alright,
No driveway there. And this is being built now, we have a permit, those are the driveways,
Yeah.
there's no driveway.
I'm just trying to make heads or tails of.
So is it true or is it not true?
The driveway does not exist and the gray ones don't necessarily mean
No,
they're
that's
there.
not, no.
The driveways get added when the building gets built.
Some are gray, some are not.
So it's just random.
Yes. Okay, so we're at the building envelope portion of the decision now?
Yes.
So we have 5, 7, is anybody double checking this?
Yeah, I think. 7.
19, 25, 26, 27. No, 47. 53. 54. 55. 60.
Yes.
62.
Yes.
64.
Was that they just showed?
Yes.
And 65. Okay.
All those are there.
And somewhere we need to say that the building shown at the end of Talbot Lane on plan, is it C1? C1 on sheet, on drawing number C1 will not be built.
On a prefab plan, like, I don't know. Not prefab plan.
What do you mean?
The plan that shows building 61 in this weird
Oh, all right.
building and like,
Right,
exactly.
except for that, we need to have so we're gonna approve this plan.
Uniform level drive,
Yes, that's good.
Well, the building envelopes are also provided in the second draft.
Yeah.
And
And ask for
and then they'll get them
Added to this.
The only thing that's different is 5A. Shown on those for 5A
It's not correct.
is not correct.
Yeah, and it actually, on this plan, on the overall plan, it doesn't indicate the distance, so.
Okay.
Yeah, so, and we've conditioned it saying it
Alright,
has to be
okay.
at least 18.3
As long as it does.
feet
yes.
from
Yes.
building number 4. Do we get that then?
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may ask a question.
Please, would you give us your name and
Who are you?
go ahead and ask?
Thomas Callahan, Chairperson of the Johnson Wood Board of Trustees. In speaking with the developer, he's assured the Board of Trustees that the footprints that were approved are not going to be expanded. That is, the shaded areas are intended simply to give slight flexibility to the siting, not to have to come back to you folks for minor approvals. And it's important to the board that the footprints that were approved are not going to be expanded upon, because if you look at some of the shaded areas, they do expand beyond the footprint. So I'm wondering if that is an appropriate condition to put on this approval, that the footprints of the original approvals will not be expanded upon, but only will allow for the footprints to be adjusted within the shaded areas.
Tom, I'm not sure that what I told you is we intend to keep building the same buildings we've been building. You know, the same units that you've seen for the last 2 or 3 years. I don't know whether the legacy footprints from 10 years ago are the same as we've been building on Talbot Lane and on Johnson Woods Drive and everywhere else. So what I said was, we don't intend to build buildings different than the mix of buildings we've been building on Trevor Court and Johnson Woods Drive for the last several years. I don't know that just like we found this orphan building up on the end of Talbot that's not supposed to be there. I don't know that Hayes has put, or that the board asked us to put the approved footprints, which in many cases are legacy from 5 or 10 years ago. So what I did say is that we plan to continue to build the same types of buildings we've built on Trevor Court and Johnson Woods Drive over the last 2 or 3 years. And I'm happy for that to be a condition.
But the type of buildings is different, Ted, than the size of buildings, correct?
No, when I'm saying the type, I'm saying, you know, we are building, I'm saying building 34 is made up of a B garage under and a C garage under. That type of unit will be populated, as will other buildings we've been built, will be populated throughout the units yet to be built. And I would say that in 20 years here before the board, the one thing the board has not, you know, they have not ever asked me about square footages of buildings before, and I'm not intending to change that, but that's never been a condition in anything the board has done since 2002.
Yeah, I will say that what I would not want to do is approve specific footprints, because we know through 15 years or 20 years of doing this that something will change in that footprint. It's inevitable in almost any project. So I think we either approve footprints or we approve envelopes, but to try and do envelopes and then fit the footprint in there, like the exact footprint as it was shown on this plan.
And I think
that's
some of
not
these
gonna
footprints are old.
that's not gonna work.
Okay.
I definitely understand the concern.
Yeah,
Right.
and I see a hand up to ask a question as well, and I was not around when this was first approved. There is a minimum distance that will still hold between buildings, and that is 50
Nothing's gonna change,
feet,
yeah.
right?
Yep. 20 feet off the street, 15 feet between buildings minimum, everything's met that, everything will continue to meet that.
Okay, yes, come on up, Ms. Mosher,
Thank
and
you.
ask your question, because I realize I do have one other question,
I have a point of clarification on what was just discussed. I had met several times with Tom, who was just speaking with you, and I think the concern that he brought up to me, if my understanding is correct, and how he explained it to me and what he thought he understood from Ted, was that we were concerned with how much open space was left. If the building square footage were increased, the original agreement between Johnson Woods, the contractor, and the community left there had to be a certain percentage of open space. And the concern there that we had discussed, and I know the board had discussed internally, was how much open space would be left. Yes, I understand the envelopes, I think that makes total sense, I understand plumbing, electricity, and everything, things have to change. But going from some of the smaller units that Ted had built earlier on and the larger ones that are now being built, if that's his intent, I'm not so sure that it's meeting what the requirement was of the concern.
I met with 2 of the board members a week or so ago, and I said, we've never dealt with square footages, but I'm not intending to build bigger units or different units than we've been building the last several years, okay? But I think some of these, as you've seen on this plan, some of the Hayes outlines could go back 10 years. We may not even be building that particular little type of unit anymore. So we're not changing anything.
That makes sense to me, but it also makes sense to me that you want to have the configuration of your homes that you still have the open space that was an expectation in the initial agreements. I don't think that has changed, and that's a big concern for myself and other residents.
Well, if there are initial agreements, they probably still need to be honored.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. I think the comfort with not encroaching into open space is to look at the plan that we submitted with the application. You can see that these building envelopes are not large. It's not massively expanding where there could be, it's simply a tweaking of where a structure might be located. The open space is still preserved.
And is the agreement on open space, is that with the town also, or is that just agreements separately?
What were you referring to, Beth?
Initially, when I purchased here, I did a lot of research, I have a lot of maps about, and one of the things I read that really pleased me was there was a certain percentage number, I think it may have been like 35 or 40% of open space left when the construction was done. And there's a joke in Johnson Woods, we're not Johnson Woods, we're turning to Johnson Wood. I don't necessarily agree with that, but I do know that's a common sentiment. And it makes sense to me that if we were originally purchased homes and we looked at homes about this size being built in the area and the big picture, that we don't want such an increase in size that it doesn't keep the character of the warm wooded community. I know Ted loves a tree hugger and he loves trees, and
I've been doing this for 17 years and the homes have stayed about the same.
Okay, I need to have one speaker at a time, please.
Thank you. So that's a big concern, that we still have a lot of the green space, the open space that was initially promised. And I can dig up that information, because I do have a directive at home about how much open space was there. I think I shared it with you a couple years ago.
Yeah, so over the years, right, I've been on this board 15 years, a little after this was first approved, and right, lots of changes. You know, Ted and I have not always seen eye to eye on how how the things have been changed and approved or whatever. But what I will say is, right, like there's never been an issue about buildings becoming bigger, right? Change in type, in configuration, but when you look at the change, one's maybe smaller here, or 3 units to 2 units to 3 units and back to 2, and like all sorts of different configurations, but the overall density of the development, I have not seen a change, which goes to your point, a change in open space for the whole community.
I'll give you that.
I really haven't.
That's reassuring.
I haven't seen that change. So
I want building 33, which is triplex, is smaller than our duplexes. And building 47, which is a duplex, is now a single. So we created another 1,500 square foot of open space. I want some credit for that. Okay?
Thank you.
I want some credit.
Please speak to us, please speak to us one at a time, otherwise it gets out of hand, please.
But anyway, Board of Trustees approved an agreement with the developer for more open space. That's why we ended up getting rid of 4 units, 2 for green space and 2 for parking, off the place that also. board is taking great strides to try to ensure we preserve that open space feel as much as you can in a densely populated community.
And I see that, yeah, there's buildings being eliminated. Great. Okay, are we keeping track of where we are in the decision? So. Do we only have 2 conditions on this? Andrew, can you take us back to the decision?
Sorry, yes. Audit. So,
Okay, so we're pre-approving these building envelopes.
Driveways, grading, and utility connections are not intended to change to the maximum extent practical. Building floor areas should remain consistent with previous Johnson Woods.
Andrew, I wouldn't say the building floors, I would just say the building footprints, or the building shapes, or whatever you want, whatever the right word is.
Something to that effect, yeah.
Okay.
So, in terms of revised plans or submittal of these plans, I was thinking this plan, because it shows all the buildings that are obsolete rendered herein, and then this plan again, but with the previous building outlines under the approved layouts. Is that what you guys were looking for?
No, I think at this point,
just go with that.
I think you need this with the foot,
The green boxes
The
around it.
with the boxes, the envelopes that you're approving,
Gotcha.
that we're approving.
And this plan has like a unique name from all the others to kind
And at this
helps
point,
distinguish it.
right, cause there's only so many changes you can make.
I'm done.
Right, yeah,
Together.
like I think that's what's needed.
So we'll call this by name.
Yeah, I already did it in the minutes.
Okay.
It's the overall.
This is the green arm, the green elbow.
Like, because everything else is.
Well, there's a socket at the top.
Yeah.
Overall architectural.
There's a date on it,
aspects of
actually.
site plan.
Yeah, June 23rd.
Yeah,
Yeah, dated June 23rd.
dated June 23rd, 2020.
With the building envelopes. We will reference the other one as shown on
Yeah.
this one over there.
And we
Are you
need-
following me?
John, you're not, when you say an overall site plan that depicts, not building towers, depicts the building footprint shown on this plan.
Building.
With the boxes around it, right?
Overall.
Yeah, this plan with the box.
Right, so I don't wanna say,
Not a revised.
we say depicts building tolerances on approved plans, we don't know what. Building tolerances as shown on the June 22nd, 22 illustrative plan.
Yes.
No, the tolerance isn't on this
No,
plan.
no,
The tolerances are on.
But I think we somehow wanna pull this plan, say, we're gonna take this plan and put the envelopes on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what that says. The
So
application
that's, that
submitted
depicts
revised.
building,
Are you
it
following?
should say that depicts the building shown on the June 23rd, 2022 site plan.
Yep, so that's what we're
No.
saying, the applicant
He's
shall
doing it the
submit
other
a
way around.
revised overall architectural illustrative site plan that I guess reflects, you know,
It depicts the building envelopes,
yeah, the building envelope shown on the 23rd June.
No, the building envelopes are on the application. We wanna put
Following you, I'm following you.
the envelopes on the application onto the June 23rd site plan.
You lost me
Okay, so
with all these.
so you're good, you're basically good until the end,
Does
so
it change constantly?
it depicts the building envelopes that have been shown on, what do you call it?
And then we'll maybe set
The
it.
other one,
So it's the building, Julie, it's the building envelopes on the,
shown on sheet C1. Yeah. Sheet C1 dated 9/19/22.
Approved here.
I wouldn't say that, because we're not approving
it's
that.
the building envelope shown on the application herein.
We've got it, we've got it.
We're being
Hold
more
on.
specific than you. For reasons that should be pretty obvious at this point. Cause that's referenced above, right? This plan should be referenced above. That's what's keeping. What's that?
That's this sheet C.
Sheet C1, it has the same date, 9/16/22.
How's the date?
I thought it was dated the
Yeah.
16th. Yeah.
Dated the 16th.
So just
Let's
change
go
that.
with that.
It's already all there.
No, this plan is over.
And then change that
No,
to
it's not dated, it's
9/16,
dated,
yeah.
it's dated June 23rd.
No, what we're saying is you're going to submit a revised one of these, right? The overall architectural site plan, your version is dated this.
Right, we haven't got that
Pardon
dated.
me, and you're going to include the building envelopes as shown on this plan sheet C1 dated 9/16/22.
Right, but we need to refer, we never refer to this plan. So this is the plan that we need to, this is the plan that we've agreed to.
Referred to.
We have to
Can you
put
change
envelopes
that a little
around.
bit?
Add the date. We can put it in the list of, and just mention it was submitted at the
Put
meeting.
it on the list of documents received as provided. We're gonna put this on the list of documents received as provided. I need you to back up, that makes me really uncomfortable, I'm sorry.
I have bad hearing, so that's why I said.
The site plan,
You speak so
There's date on it.
dated.
I will speak louder.
2022.
Just listen for a second. We're going to refer to this as the document
2022.
that was, as the
Submitted
document that was provided at
by
this
the
meeting
applicant
tonight,
at
okay?
the
That's where
meeting.
the reference to this will come.
This is ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
So, I'm glad you guys got a window into our chaos.
Okay.
We all clear on this?
Let me show you where we're at. So, just re-referencing sheet C1, re-referencing this illustrative plan submitted today at the meeting. Just gonna do this for my own. No reduction in affordable units, a total of 4 units lost. Additional 14 off-street spaces on Talbot Lane and 8 parallel on-street spaces on Taylor Drive. Modifications to building 5 by splitting it from a duplex to 2 single-family units, and it's going to maintain an 18.3 setback from building 4. And the pre-approved building envelopes shown herein on the plans. And so the condition is that they submit a revised illustrative site plan that depicts these envelopes. And then do you want a condition on driveways, grading, and utility tolerances that, I mean, we're gonna review them
You reviewed and
regardless,
when the plot plans are submitted.
right? When plot plans and foundation plans are submitted, engineering, planning, everybody looks at them. But if you want a condition to feel comfortable, I'm happy to keep it in there.
I'm fine having that condition in there.
That helps every time.
Yeah,
Yeah, why not,
Yeah.
right?
The more you say, the better.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Made it.
Good.
It's
Okay, I would like to make a motion to approve the minor amendment to PUD special permit for the Johnson Woods PUD special permit. For the Johnson Woods PUD, sorry.
I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, approved unanimously. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Tom.
Yes,
Late hour.
just about.
Hopefully, we're done. We don't have to come back and see you guys again.
We shall see.
You wanna keep a version of
A lot of progress there, though.
It's only been 15 years.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Frame it? Sure. Smart for your.
I like the gift wrapping idea.
No, we don't. Nick Safina,
I'm gonna need to talk to you more.
stepped down in July.
48 years, was that?
Yeah, you can win some meetings.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I know two of them.
Thank you.
Where you go?
Okay, it's 11:15.
We have like a couple like important things to do that we've already just.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks.
There you go for that one. Yeah.
So you guys have a couple like important things that are just like, you know, we've discussed them before and we're just following up. And then I could give an update on MBTA communities. And then there's one more, or there's, I guess technically 2 sets of minutes. So you guys decide.
I'm gonna say I have no changes for the March minutes.
Oh, let's approve them. Let's go ahead and do that.
Get something off the plate, right?
Great.
Okay, so nobody had comments on the March minutes.
So go ahead, Katrina.
Alright, motion to approve the March 2022 minutes for the Cpdc meeting.
Second.
All approved? Yes. Did you wanna shut that door?
Can't shut it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, open door.
Yeah.
Meeting.
Okay, we all approved them, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Your hand didn't go up, so.
All approved. Great. What is this vote on town meeting article? That looks important.
Yeah, so it's Affordable Housing Trust Fund. You guys talked about it a couple meetings ago.
That was the one that's across from the high school?
No, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund is a fund that gets set up and has certain, a board of overseers and certain rules and regulations and funding streams and strings attached on how the money's spent and all that. So we have one. It's subject to, expenditures are subject to approval by both the select board and the Reading Housing Authority Board. It's being modernized, so that it will just have one board of trustees, I guess would be the term. And did you bring it up?
Oh.
Like we have it, you guys talked about it, it's in the warrant, and I had offered that I would bring it to you if you want to vote to support it. And then it would just be a report that's made that CPDC voted 400 or whatever, you know, to support this article, recommend this article to town meeting. So it's Article 6.
So we need to vote on that now?
Yes, we should.
Do we?
Just expressing
And this-
support for it.
And the language is basically language that came from the state, right, for how these
Yeah.
things are done now?
So yeah, and actually I think the state came out with this language a number of years ago.
Okay.
And there were some attempts made in the interim to modernize and adopt the state model, but they were not successful in the past. So we're trying it again.
They were not successful
I would-
because it just never made it that far. It got bumped off the warrant.
I
Like
think
it
it
just
wasn't a
never.
priority for the select board.
Oh, so it never kind of was
It never-
moved, it was
yeah.
never advanced by the select board, so this will be the first, it wasn't rejected by town meeting before.
No, I don't think it ever
Okay.
made it to the warrant. be wrong about that, but
Okay,
I don't think it,
so yeah,
this was amended, I'm gonna say quite a bit, I think, with the development of, the Haven Street building. The Atlantic building.
yeah, some,
It was in existence before that, but a shell of what it became.
right, and that is the last time that I'm aware that we actually spent money from it.
Yeah.
and that has been a point, I don't know if it's going to come up at town meeting again, but I know at town meeting, it seems like year after year, we approve the amount to just kind of sit there, and that's been noticed.
It's like the spending plan or whatever, but then no money gets spent.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this will make it easier to access the money and use it for affordable housing purposes, right? Among other things. And so basically their town meeting actions are to one, authorize the select board to file the special legislation outlined to allow us to dissolve our existing affordable housing trust fund and establish a new one. And then the establishment of the new one is accepting MGL Chapter 44, Section 55C, and then also adopt an affordable housing trust fund bylaw. And the bylaw kind of outlines like who will be on the trust, the membership, the term, and the general duties, how money can come in, how it can go out, purposes. So it should all be in there in that warrant report.
The Board of Trustees, would that be a new thing for our housing
Yes.
trust fund? And I think
Yes.
that's an important thing also,
And it
there's been
does
interest around that.
say like, so it would consist of 5 members. I'm hoping I have the most recent language.
It's in the warrant.
Yeah, it's right there.
Yeah.
So
Each
yeah.
of whom.
I just don't wanna say something wrong.
It says,
Since I'm not reading from the warrant.
the voting members shall be appointed by the select board. It shall include a member of select board, a member of Reading Housing Authority, and 3 other members, each of whom, to the extent possible, shall have a background or interest in affordable housing, finance law, land use, zoning law, real estate development.
Right. So,
Yeah, the only thing I remember reading on this, I think it was the term of how it's first set up is a little,
like short,
yeah.
yeah. I agree.
But that'll work itself out.
So.
Oh, yeah, for just 2 years, right?
And then just for one.
The initial should be for 1 year.
So they can be staggered.
Right, it could be different amounts though and still be staggered.
Yeah.
But,
Like a trial run.
right.
Okay. I have no other questions. Anyone else?
This makes sense.
Okay.
So what is this motion?
So basically, a motion to support or recommend the article to town meeting.
Support or recommend or?
Yeah, I mean, I think you could say either.
Okay. Alright, I'd like to make a motion to support and recommend Article 6 on the warrant for town meeting.
Subsequent town meeting in November 2022.
Okay, for subsequent town meeting in November 2022.
All in favor? Okay. Recommending it, supporting it by 400. Okay, and Julie mentioned there's another one that was important. Is that the discussion of the Simon's Way Exploratory Committee?
Yeah. so I'll pass that along. Yeah, so I don't remember how many months ago you guys talked about Simon's Way Exploratory Committee, but it is supposed to kick off, I think in early January, maybe after the holidays, maybe December, early December or January. And there is going to be an upcoming, let me just get the right wording here. A short meeting to elect the chair and vice chair in December and to pick meeting dates. Meetings will begin after the holidays, that's what I was told. So, you just need to nominate someone, and then I will let the town manager know.
Can you remind me, I thought I had seen something, either in emails or something else. Are there other committees that are being formed in the near future that may require or that overlap with items of interest for CPDC members? Just so we have.
I think there was this one and then
Like
the
there's
housing.
the housing
production.
production plan working group, which is like coming along for better or worse.
Public meeting next Monday.
Yeah,
Great.
oh, I should mention that,
Should
yeah,
check that out.
it's on my list. I'm not aware of any other like advisory, exploratory or ad hoc committees, are you?
I'm not,
That's a great question.
Are you saying you're interested in this, if there's nothing else that's coming?
Well, not necessarily. I mean, I had my fun with Park, I think the last advisory committee. So I, wanna share the, share the
Recently
fun.
did Park and Katrina's doing the housing production
Yeah.
plan working group,
Yeah.
so.
I would be willing to do this one. You're doing the housing production plan. I'd be happy to do this one.
Great. So should you guys wanna nominate Heather?
Or not, or somebody else can. Did you wanna do it?
I'm oversubscribed.
Thinking very slowly. Is that also a motion to
Yeah.
nominate Heather? All right. I'd like to make a motion to nominate Heather to the Simon's Way Exploratory Committee.
I'll second that.
Oh, all in favor? Alrighty.
You're in.
That should be interesting. It should be interesting, actually.
That'll be fun. I like, there's a nice cross.
Yes.
And if it's being looked at for recreation, it's kind of on the middle of the recreation.
And I remember that when we approved that in town meeting and thinking, ooh, that's kind of interesting and challenging and I wonder what can be done there, so we'll see.
Yeah.
Okay, did you wanna give us an update on the MBTA communities
Yeah.
stuff?
So, just. I'm just gonna switch something else. I'll just screen share my thingamajig. I was working on. Where did it go? Okay. So I just started updating my document that I had prepared earlier this year. I'll run through it quickly. The final guidelines for Section 3A of the Zoning Act, which is the MBTA communities, came out in August. There was a webinar in September. I read through them and then I attended a webinar, which was more or less an infomercial, fairly uninformative. Some of the big changes are, well, let me just go through this one step by step. So basically, site plan review and 40R plan review are considered as of right processes. So that was known before and that's confirmed now. they included a section in the new guidelines regarding affordability requirements, and so if you implement new zoning now to comply with this, you can't have an affordability requirement of more than 10% of units. If you have an existing 40R district, you're allowed to have a requirement of up to 20%. Ours, as you know, is 25%. I confirm with the state that that means we can't count the downtown smart growth district unless we modify it down. However, that's counting the district as a whole. There is a path to count projects, like not all projects trip the affordability requirement, right? So like projects in the new zoning, it's projects that are like 8 units or less wouldn't have to have an affordability requirement. So there are ways to try to like be able to count some parts of projects or some entire projects that are considered as of right and in alignment with the new guidelines. So we can talk about that a little more later. So it's not like a complete dead end for the downtown smart growth district. It's just like more complicated analysis, I guess. And then the other thing that we're not allowed to do is treat multifamily housing. Let me blow this up a little bit, if that's helpful. We can't treat multifamily housing as a use like differently than other uses in the district by requiring like more stringent energy efficiency requirements or by requiring that they be combined with like mixed use projects. I think like that one, because our energy efficiency requirements apply to projects that are seeking waivers, right? Like we can carve out the by right piece from that. So I think we're actually okay under that provision. And then also like we treat all uses in the 40R district the same, right? So if it's a multifamily project or a mixed use project that like wants a waiver of some type, like it has to meet these extra standards, right? But if it's by right, it's by right. It doesn't have to. So there's that. And then they did change the parameters around like the size district that we have to have. So it was 50 acres, now it's 50 acres or 1.5% of the developable land in an MBTA community, whichever is less. And they did some math and figured out that we need to have a 43-acre district. So that's like a little bit like easier, I guess. And then half of that district has to be contiguous, but only 40% of the district has to be within a half mile of the train. So, and then also I should say it can be multiple districts combined. Like it doesn't have to just be one like behemoth zoning district. It could be different pieces put together. And so outside of that 50% that has to be contiguous, the other 50% can be like comprised of like a 10-acre zone here plus a 18-acre zone here or whatever. So there's some opportunity there because we have a lot of districts in town where we allow multifamily by right, actually. So
That's a big change.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's kind of a game changer right there, yeah.
it's a total game changer. It's also like, I question like what the purpose of this whole
Sort of like
thing.
watering down the.
Yeah.
It's kind of conjecture, but it's like, you know, it may have, the writing may have been on the wall about how unworkable the original version was.
It could also be validating for us though. Right, we're closer than other towns. Yeah, that the rules have changed.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's like in some ways this is harder, and in some ways it's easier. I don't know. So it's like maybe it just all comes out in the wash at the end of the day. I don't know. They did change us to commuter rail community, right? So we just have to provide 15% of our 2020 housing count as we have to provide capacity for 15% of that. So that's like 1,400, almost 1,500 units instead of the almost 2,000 we were looking at before. Yeah, right here, 1,493. That's the number that we have to target now. And right, just zoning capacity, not actual construction, not actual production, right? they have a compliance model coming out, which is supposed to help towns like plug in data into some sort of like algorithm and then like spit out like whether we have the capacity in certain zoning districts or not, right? So we'd put in things like lot sizes and setbacks and height and density, like things like that, and then it's gonna like give us a magic number. So the compliance model is not yet ready for prime time, but Reading is one of 9 communities selected for early action technical assistance. So we're gonna be testing the model. So that's exciting. And then what else? Okay, so some of the difficult things like about the as-built analysis is like we don't really know if undersized parcels can count. We don't really know, like we didn't get any more specificity about how to do that analysis, but the compliance model is supposedly gonna do it for us, so TBD. Some of these things didn't change, let me just see. What's this? Okay, so I mentioned that for the location of the districts, not the whole district doesn't have to be within half mile of the train anymore. This just goes a little bit into a little bit more specificity about that. So 40% of our district has to be located within half mile of the train, and then also 40% of our multifamily unit capacity, only 40% has to be located in that, right? So it's like, I guess even, right? So 40% of 43 acres is I think like 17 acres, and then in that 17 acres we'd have to fit 598 units, which is 40% of the total. So, and we also do have like, what?
That's not.
No, it's not, it's definitely not, it's definitely not. So the entirety of the downtown smart growth district, as well as like A40 and business A, like we have other zones that are within half mile of the train, like that are in some cases contiguous to the downtown smart growth district. So we have some like, to get that 40% in that radius, like we have some opportunity. Okay, so we have interim compliance through the end of this year. If we want to get further interim compliance, we need to submit an action plan by January 31st. And then it gets approved by DHCD in some time frame in the spring, supposedly before like the one-stop, like sort of, I like to call it the common app, right? When you're applying to college, it's like the common app for applying to grant programs, like the one stop. That comes out in the spring. So they're supposed to let us know before the spring if we're still eligible for like certain grant programs, and then we can apply if needed. But then we actually have to like diligently implement our action plan if we want to maintain our interim compliance. And that action plan for commuter rail communities has to be implemented by the end of 2024. So, just see, the effect of non-compliance is the same. It's legislated. There's like 3 listed funding sources that are in the legislation that we won't be eligible for unless we get interim compliance and final compliance. So that's housing choice, which we found out today, we have received another grant, $250,000 for survey design and engineering of the Walker's Brook Drive corridor. We received $50,000 in 2018, which Andrew has, all credit goes to Andrew on that one. And so that's, housing choice is something that we've been able to qualify for because of all the housing production in town, and that we've been able to get grants from. The local capital projects fund, the only money that I'm aware that we've gotten through that is funding for the local Reading Housing Authority. I'm not aware of any other capital projects funding that we've gotten from that program. And then MassWorks, I don't know if Reading has ever received MassWorks funding. So those are the 3. So I just did a little like, basically, because the compliance model is gonna help, like, help us figure out the downtown smart growth district, all the districts, right, that we want it to. But like, because of the complexity with downtown smart growth, where like some projects portions might count and other portions might not, I thought like I would focus on other parts of town first. But so basically, like, I just quickly just to remind you like what we're going for, right? So we need a 43-acre district. 40% needs to be within a half mile of the trains, that's like 17 acres. 50% has to be contiguous. And then the 50%, which is 21.5 acres, can be non-contiguous and anywhere in town, but it would have to be comprised of multiple districts that are greater than 5 acres each. And then in each of these districts, we have to show that they allow multifamily as of right at a minimum gross density of 15 units per acre. And then the second thing is we also have to prove that these districts as a total can accommodate multifamily unit capacity of 1,493 units. So what I did just like quickly is I looked, here's in blue is an email I got from the state, like telling me about how we could count portions of projects in the downtown. I think they felt bad. And they were like, oh, well, there is this one thing you can do. Just like, okay, whatever. So it's in the, we'll see, right? We'll see. TBD. So what I did first is I just looked at the analysis I'd done like last time and I updated it to include like the new target like housing unit number, right? And then we have a new max density in the downtown smart growth district. So I just looked to see like, could this work? What are we getting? Like if we did it like gross without any of the like dimensional restrictions plugged in. So this is it right here. We would still have a shortfall. If we could use every square foot, right, we still have a shortfall, of course. But we're like closer, right, because we need to do less. But like, right, TBD, because we won't be able to count all the projects. So
That's only for downtown circuit.
this is just for downtown
That
smart
doesn't
growth.
include business A.
No, I'm
14
doing that
benefits.
later, cause
Gotcha,
I just wanted to see like, do we get closer with like these numbers and, you know, so. But I looked at like, 20 units an acre and the maximum 50 units an acre and like what would we get with like gross if we could count every square foot and, except for undersized parcels, I left those out. But anyway, and then the other question is, does the downtown smart growth zoning comprise 40% of the 43 acres required and 40% of the required multifamily unit capacity, right? So like, could we achieve this with it? And like the 598 units, like maybe, I don't know, so we'll know. Of note is that the 459 units that we currently have that I would currently potentially be able to count downtown are only on 9 acres. So I don't know if that's good or bad. But so putting that on hold, looking at other districts, and this is not gonna be readable for you guys, but I did like a quick, let's see. Just looking to see, we have a lot of districts where we allow multifamily. Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. So the Gateway Smart Growth District, it's 10 acres. We have 200 units there. That's 20 units an acre. The only challenge there is we define multifamily as 4 units or more. Deja vu. But that's one where we have a decent amount of acres, we meet the units per acre requirement. And with a slight adjustment to the zoning, we might be able to count that. Then adjacent to the Gateway Smart Growth District is the rest of the Reading Woods project, which is in Business C, which is 28 acres. It allows multifamily by right with no cap. The there's 224 units there, which is a density of 8 units an acre. But I need to like look and see like if there's like we're providing capacity, right, for future, right? So could more be there? Could it be 15 units an acre? Maybe, I'd have to look. Then we have some business A districts where we allow multifamily by right. There's South Main area that's 21 acres, and then further down on South Main, there's another area that's 13 acres, and then the home goods area is 11 and a half. In all of these districts, multifamily alone is difficult to achieve because of different like dimensional restrictions that we have. So there would need to be various amendments if we wanted to prove that we could fit like unit capacity, right? I have a map too, I can show you what I'm talking about. It's maybe not helpful at all actually, but you can see it. Let's see. So these are the areas like business A, there's this stretch here, and then there's this other stretch. Business C down here. 10 of the 38 acres noted here are the Gateway Smart Growth District though. These are kind of like all around town. And then there's the home goods site up here.
So you're using the existing density as just like a proxy for now, but like if we did a build out, look at that, it could be more for the.
Right, so like,
Okay.
my understanding is, correct me if I'm wrong, but like when we're trying to figure out what we can account for, we can include projects that were approved by right, we can include those units. If they're more than 15 units an acre and they were approved by right, so they count, and then we just look at like what's left, right? So like in this case with Gateway Smart Growth District, it's actually more than 50 units an acre. And so that's like showing like what has been achieved there.
But that can't be counted, 'cause
It can, yeah. It's a little bit like tricky. I know a lot of planners are trying to figure out like what can count and what can't. Like if it was a comprehensive permit, which is through the zoning board and it's like not a by right approval process, we would not be able to count it. Right? So there's like some nuance there.
But because that was
That was a 40R process, which is technically considered like a by right approval process.
that's the
Yeah.
other.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So I don't know. And then we have A40 districts, which are, some are, you know, decent size, they have some existing units. I need to like dig in a little bit, like a lot of the parcels are small. So, you know, if they're not allowing us to count undersized parcels, we either need to fix zoning or we need to like find somewhere else. That I don't know. And then we have an A80 down on Summit Drive, like in the southeast corner of town, so. Oh, I didn't switch I'm sorry. Back on the map, so. There's a lot of units here, I haven't looked to see like how they're approved or how many there are, but to the extent they were approved by right and that we allow multifamily by right at the right density, like we might be able to count that district, so.
Okay.
And then there's always industrial, which we don't allow multifamily by right at this time, and just recent feedback from a couple weeks ago, like residents in that area are not interested in housing down there. But it's an opportunity, so, you know. So, that's
When did you get that feedback?
at the Economic Development Forum, which was like tailored to that neighborhood, specifically, yeah. So. There's a lot more that I need to know, right, like if I can find a way that we can use exactly what we have and comply, like is the state really gonna allow that? I don't know. Actually, I just did this all today. Like, since 5 o'clock.
Wow.
But
You'll have it easily figured out
gotta be
by
ready.
by January 31st.
So going back to the timeline though, Julie.
Yeah.
You said like the next time period was pretty soon, right?
Yes, we have to submit an action plan by the end of January.
But
We don't have the compliance model yet.
so
Right.
let's talk reality here. Their compliance model is not gonna be ready for prime time soon, right? So they've gotta push that out if no one can
Right.
calculate their compliance.
And so like how specific does the action plan have to be? Is a step kind of figure out if we're compliant first of all?
You know, I don't actually know. It's probably like in here somewhere what's required. But the early action technical assistance is supposed to start like next week or the week after. So by the end of October, and like I'm in that group, so or Redding's in that group, I should say. I don't know what their plan is if like it doesn't work. Like I don't really know.
Are those states movable, like, or are they in the, like,
They're
not
in the guidelines, they're not in the.
Yeah,
Okay, so it's
everything's
not
So they're,
legislative.
but they're like final guidelines, so I don't really know, but
Cause they haven't changed those states.
I think they have, yeah. I think they changed since the first regulation, the first draft came out.
I believe so.
Yeah. So, I don't know, does anything about this seem appealing to you, like, in terms of like, seeing if we make, so, if we, what am I trying to say? So if we can get 40% in the radius, right, and then we look to have, like, we need 50% that's contiguous, right? So if we, the 50% is gonna be with the downtown smart growth district, right, cause that's a big district. Or it's gonna be with
Somewhere else entirely.
Business C, which is a big district,
There you
right?
go.
So, like, if it's possible that Business C gets us that piece that's like outside, I mean, I don't know, like, I'm just trying to, like, are you okay with trying to figure out how to comply with this, with as few zoning changes as possible? Or do you really want to, like, maybe try to match the intent of the state and like figure out areas closer to the train where we can have more housing?
Well, I'll answer that by saying, I think the first issue is, let's focus on the 40% and the 50% within a half mile, right? If that doesn't seem achievable, I'm gonna say nibbling around the edges of our existing zoning. Like, it's really not worth, right, because you gotta have that first,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
And if we need to do,
Right.
I'll make this statement, we're not gonna be able to make wholesale changes to increase the density in and around that area. Like, that's right, we heard plain loud and clear, like, that's not happening. And so if we can't make, if we can't make that happen, like, don't even, like, we're there.
Right.
There's no.
Right.
There's no chance.
Right, it's gonna like see if we can comply with what we have.
Right.
But I don't think we're going to change 40R.
No.
I think then we have to look at it somewhere else and like the.
And it's what I don't really know is, like, say we run the analysis and it's like, well, this site here can only have 8 units, so that would count, right? If we did it for downtown, right? This 8 units here can count, and this one over here could only have 8 units, but they're not contiguous, like, then what? Like, that, there's just so many pieces of this, I'm not really sure, like, because we're also not really allowed to include like one-off sites here and there,
Has to be a minimum of 5 acres.
yeah, and more than one site, more than one property, like, which is specified somewhere else, like, it's like, so like Tannerville, for example, like, is I forget, A40 property with 80 units, and it's 6 acres or something like that, but I don't think we can count that. And
Because
it's
it's not
outside,
connected to something.
yeah, it's like, it's one site, right? So
Right.
there's some things like that that are a little vague. And so knowing those things, like how that's gonna apply to downtown, we just have a lot of questions, right? And if they're gonna let me count, cause like right now I've counted that we have 459 units downtown that were approved by right, that are like 15 units an acre or more, right? So we just like keep those, that's been approved, that's good, like, but I don't know if they'll let me count them all, if some of them were subject to that 25% affordability requirement, like,
Right.
so there's a lot of questions, right?
Which is, right, the lamest thing ever, especially if ones that are already there, right?
I agree, I
Because
totally
we're
agree.
good, right? Because the town of Reading is good at extracting stuff out of developers more than they think we should be able to, they're not gonna let us count that.
So that's like the changing landscape of affordability, because there's a lot of, like, people are worried about overburdening developers, inhibiting any development at all. So
Right.
that's why there's, I don't know.
But
Right,
what's
I'm
ridiculous
agreeing
is that we
with you,
can't
but-
count stuff that already exists,
Yeah,
like
that is-
understanding
well,
that
I
this
don't
may have been
know.
a negotiation
Yeah.
point, yeah.
I'm assuming we will be able to, because that's logical, but like, not a lot of things
This is
are
the
logically.
state of
So
Massachusetts
the fact
here.
that they set the maximum affordability, like, that you can require at less than what chapter 40B requires is absurd.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like that's like pitting us against ourselves, like.
right.
It's so, and it's like, even if you require 20% and a 40B developer comes in, they'll do the 25, right? But like, why it wouldn't align? And then, like, if we were targeting 20%, our projects downtown, like, wouldn't, like, that's why we modified 40R to match 40B, because we were getting like 30 Haven, which doesn't get to all count on our subsidized housing inventory, because it came in at 20 instead of 25, like, it's just so, like, I understand, they told me that they didn't wanna, they didn't wanna allow towns to just do whatever because of like exactly what Katrina said, right? But then putting it at 20 instead of like 25 is like what, it's like other state programs. So it's like,
But
it's not that
almost-
much different,
And
right?
what's silly is it's almost then like it's pushing other state programs further away from the train. I mean, the cynic in me
Yeah.
is thinking somebody said, well, you know, properties closest to the train are generally should be higher value anyhow, and there's some sort of calculus there. And the shame to me, I'll say it in public here, is that it's pushing the affordability further away from the transit there. I'll get off my soapbox.
Yeah.
Hear you.
Well, and then we can't allow, I'm gonna get this wrong, cause it's like a little complicated, but like, hold on, just say it out loud, I'll read it. There's like a whole thing about what type of affordability you could have. So it says, the cap on the income of families or individuals who are eligible to occupy the affordable units is not less than 80%. So is not less than 80%, the cap on the income. So to me, that means that,
Well, it has to be up to 80%.
up to 80%.
At least 80%.
Right. It's not less than 80%, so I feel like that you're not developing like housing for 50% area median income, right?
No,
The cap is, no, like, am I getting that
There's
backwards?
No, you're getting that
You
right.
get, there's
Yeah.
this built into there, my interpretation is there's an implicit, gimme is too strong of a word, but yeah, there's clearly an implicit sense of not overburdening land, developers who want to develop land that is relatively high value because of its, intrinsically because of its proximity
Yeah.
to to transit, which is, I'll just.
Thing is,
not
they
comment
could
on
just
that
align it
anymore.
with 40B, which allows you to do 80%, 50%, right? It's like
Right.
different, like
It's pushing affordability away from transit.
forcing, yeah, right. So,
So you're getting density near transit, but
Got
the relative importance of affordability near transit
right,
is a little bit lower than just getting the density near transit at any price point.
Yeah.
That's kind of an
you
exaggeration,
just don't
but
wanna
that's the word.
overburden the
That
developer,
is what,
right?
Yeah.
Like,
the reality.
so interesting, yeah, but I don't know. We'll see what we can figure out with the downtown smart growth district and then take it from there. Yeah. And if that doesn't work, I don't know.
Well, yeah, just thank you for all
Yeah.
the analysis you're doing to see how close we can possibly get with a little of drastic change that needs to go through zoning changes.
Yeah.
And did you volunteer to be part of the early?
I asked, cause I was like, we're very well acquainted with our parcels here in Reading, we can tell you really quickly if it's working. And they were like, sure, great.
Oh yeah, thanks for being
Yeah. But then we're like waiting, it's like, waiting.
It's not resulting in any sooner answers.
No, yeah, like I was thinking it might, but I don't know, we'll see. So,
All right, I guess
Entertain a
Julie.
motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Pam, yes.
there's nothing else?
I think we got through our agenda except for those April 14th ones or whatever the April minutes. We'll do those next time.
That is
We'll have time to
totally
read
fine.
them now.
Sound like, yeah, can I make a
Motion to, would like to make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
second?
Okay, all in favor? Alrighty. Oh my gosh, it's still midnight.